Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. It's me! Your friendly local neighborhood Zenosfire. Back for another day of Warframe shenanigans. How's it going, everybody? Did I time that with the drop? Possibly. Did I mean to? Possibly. How you doing, Pokemon fan? What's up, Dalen? How you doing, Blex? Welcome back, Iron. How you doing today, Cardi? What is up, Rogue? Hello, hello, Dave. Hi, Echo, Hunson. Welcome back, NPC. 10 Street Kicker. Night Owl, how you doing today? Bionic, what's up? You lost your streak because of a bug? What the heck? Yo, Skitty, how you doing today? What's up, everybody? I'm still sleepy AF. I don't know what, like, has hit me over the last few days, but I'm tired. I'm just a sleepy boy. More relics. Haunts? No haunts. No haunts allowed. Haunts is not allowed. No haunts. You have a question. Interesting. Are you asking to ask that question? Pufferfish. I guess you'll leave? Wait, no, come back. I'm so lonely. Don't leave me. No? Oh, okay. What's your question? What's up? Starting to slowly really enjoy Ember again. Didn't realize her playstyle before, but now you do. You like her? Not amazingly strong, but still good? Yeah, exactly. Do I happen to have a song of the week? Yes, but it doesn't sound good on the playlist. It's this song. Oh, actually, hold on. We're fine. Wait, is this the one that I was looking for? This isn't the one I was looking for. But it's still good. The one that I was actually looking for was this one. The Agnakai Trap Remix. This has been, like, I refound this after a little while. And, I refound this last night. After a little while, and I was just like, I love this. It's pretty dang tasty. Anyway, yo, Dark Knight, how you doing? The Agnakai Trap Remix. It's just tasty. Okay, who wants to join me? We're gonna do our dailies. Echo, Cardi. There's a Cardi. There's an Echo. I got room for one more. Steel Meridian dailies. Who's joining? You got a Volhawk Ribbon. Ooh, fun. I don't know much about that weapon off the top of my head. The problem is that for some reason this song is just very quiet on YouTube Music, and I don't know why. Okay, we got room for one more for Steel Meridian dailies. Can you join for Steel Meridian? Of course, NPC. Get on in here. Mobile hijack captor, easy. Sanctity. Oh, a piece of black pepper. I was like, what the hell is that? It's just so quiet. This is the better version of this song, but it's just so quiet. I wish that you could, like, increase the audio of specific songs on this app, but you can't. Makes me sad. Mobile defense. All right, who doesn't have a box breaker? Cardi, you're on mobile defense duty. Thanks for all the content. You really enjoying playing Pyro Nezha? It is my preferred Nezha build these days. Oh, right. Where's this hole? It's right here. Thank you, Toxic Snotter, for finding the hole for me. Appreciate you. Oop, getting stuck on the lip. There we go. Glad you're enjoying it, Astral. Welcome on in. Oh, there's 2 candies. Redeems don't work? What kind of redeem did you try doing? And then just like Andrew WK comes crashing into this with loud volume. Those ones worked.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
Something went wrong? Oh, weird. Well, you know, when in doubt, it's Twitch being Twitch. Twitch doing Twitch things. But welcome on back, Dovalad. How you doing today? Happy to have you as always. Anyway, I was just like, see, that one worked. Apparently it just hates you specifically. Drink my water? Okay. I suppose. Music is what's living. Oh. Yeah, see, it's working for other people. So I don't know why it wasn't working for you. Odd. Alright, we got Uno Mas, candy. Hopefully that's it there. There we go. Now we just vibing. Anyway, I was just kind of enjoying build crafting yesterday, so I want to do some more build crafting today. It's been a while since we've had just sort of like a good sit down and think about a weapon and its augment. The Simulor, I think, is the one that I want to try messing with today. Phasmo, it's honestly, this new augment's pretty lit. If you want to see my 2 builds for it, there in the pinned comment. It said claimed max amount available to you. What the heck? Also this, woo, streak. 20 streak, wow. Wow. On Araxia, this augment just supercharge it? Yeah, I found that it works best on Araxia and like Lavos. Now, obviously, it would also work really well with basically anybody else who can give you elemental, a bonus element to your weapons. But, you know. Hey, Carl, how you doing today? Sorry, Dova. I'll check to see if it showed up on my end here. I got that one. That one showed up. And the hello there showed up previously. Well, I'm not sure what's going on, but I refunded you some points. There you go. Having a beer and chilling? Heck yeah. Do I think that they'll patch, Brightbonnet with Nick's interaction? I think that there's a possibility that channeled abilities plus Brightbonnet will get looked at, because other sources of energy generation that are kind of like it, being specifically energy pads, you can't regenerate energy with a channeled ability active from these. So I'm guessing that it's an unintended thing, but they also might just be looking at it being like, people are having fun, who cares? You know what I mean? It could just be like one of those things where it's like, it's not really that bad. Not that big of a deal. Just got Vauban. How should you mod for him? High range, decent strength, decent duration, and shield gating.
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it.
Is typically the way people play Vauban. You really have this voice? Thought your AI generated most content these days? Nah, this is me. It's amazing how many people think that I get it, because when I'm recording, I'm talking in a much more relaxed speaking tone with proper posture, so it drops my vocal cord, you know, it elongates my elongates my vocal cords, so then I have a deeper voice, and I'm reading from a script, so since I'm reading from a script, it sounds a little bit more like a robot. I get it. People do think that I'm AI. I'm not. Evidently. Would an AI do this? Probably. Hi, May. How's the small doing? Due to bitrate, it looked a lot like AI. Crap. Yeah, I'm still praying for getting access to 2K one of these days. Noko's far enough in the story to helmets, no biggie. Nah, I'm with you on that one. Noko's not, like... But the other thing is, like, Noko doesn't need a helmet. Noko is very good. Knew this voice is never AI? Yeah, I mean, like, some people think it is AI, but here's one really interesting thing about AI. That noise, AI doesn't replicate. Or at least not AI that I've noticed replicates. So while, like, the wet mouth noise is bothersome, for me at least, I hate it on my own content. I despise having it. It's actually a surprisingly good sign of, like, this being a human. Like, they don't really, the AI doesn't really replicate human mouth noises very well. Oddly enough. How do we know we aren't AI? We don't. Well, actually, they did figure out, like, they actually figured out through an equation that, we're most likely, like, not living in a simulation, so congratulations, everybody. We're not in the Matrix. I remember seeing a science article on that recently. Maybe there for a few more days, possibly till Monday. Oof. Well, I hope the small is handling it well. Is this the small or old small? Well, I'm sending all my love, May. You got this. Big small? Okay. Well, let him know that we're hoping for a quick and speedy recovery and that he's going to be super happy and healthy in a few days.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh, so all the horrors you're experiencing were real and made? It's true! Want to try Arc Raiders? Yeah, I got Arc Raiders. I just don't have time to play it yet. I think Arc Raiders is very interesting to me because the solo aspects of it are really cool. How long are you going as you're at work and can't spam you with stupid questions as teenage Tenno? I stream until about 7 p.m. Eastern time, so about 5 hours from now, or 6 hours from now. Discord peeps rooting for him? Heck yeah. Yeah, he's got this. Nice and easy. Well, I mean, easy considering, you know. You use fire rate on the Legion. Well, the Legion's a melee, so I don't know how you're using fire rate on the Legion. Unless you're thinking something else. Yo, Dome, been a while. How you doing? Yeah, I do want to give Arc Raiders a try. The solo player aspect of it seems very interesting to me. Yo, Name, how's it going? The Legion's actually like an old classic weapon. It's still very strong. It's one of those ones that's like still super solid. Ah, fire element. Ah, I see. I thought you assumed, I was assuming you meant fire rate. My bad. How you been, Dome? What you been up to? Cronin Prime still kind of nasty? Oh yeah, Cronin Prime's always been good. I mean, like, now that said, Cronin Prime is just like a solid overall melee, so the more melees just sort of get improved, that thing just gets better. Power Ninja to Cascade Cap before? I haven't, my friends have taken my exact build. I'm not really much someone who cares for level cap. I just don't care for it personally. But I have a number of friends who are very into level cap, and they've taken all of my Ninja builds to level cap without any concerns. They say that the damage does start to fall off a little bit later into damage cap, just because enemies' health levels are so much higher. But then, as I said in the video, Heat Inherent solves that problem, right? So you just do Heat Inherent, boom, and then you're good to go. Back in an hour-ish? No worries. Enjoy the rest of your day. Rest of your work day. Gonna do the last 2 quests? Nice. Been playing the new Pokemon game like madman? What's the new Pokemon game? One player creator since it was now multiplayer isn't your cup of tea anymore, but the game, the way the game is built, still fun to watch. Yeah, I'm very interested in like checking it out. It seems like a very, very well put together game. It's done by the same people who did the finals, I believe. And that was probably my favorite sort of arena shooter game that has been out for a long time. So I'm excited to like get sunk into it. My friends and I like to play those types of games together. And just sort of the fact that it's a little bit more casual than Tarkov, but also still a good experience for both PvP and PvE is something that really intrigues me with it. Okay, we're on a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, twist up to a server. Otherwise, it takes things like a bye. Is over. Is over. You've been using Prisma Angstrom for heat inherent in its slabs? Yeah, like I was using the epitaph in the video. That was before the compressor prime came out, which is basically the exact same build on the epitaph, but with a compressor instead. And without whatchamacallit, fulmination or whatever the AoE increasing thing is. Yo, Peanuts, how you doing? Oh, I didn't get energy. I'm a goofball. Candy. Remember, the candies are usually in hijack before the actual mission. The actual objective. So, do your thing. Ski Rocco, how you doing? Welcome back, Fred, as well. How you doing? The sky is viral heat on the compressor? Yeah, viral heat will do fine. You want to, of course, be going as hard into heat on that as possible, right? So you throw on the primed heated charge, you throw on Scorch, you throw on as many heat mods as you can for heat inherent, and then you're good to go. All of them were just like, yeah, you just got to use heat inherent once you get to the later stages of level cap runs for damage output. And like some of them were saying like that's not really needed. You just need to be casting intelligently, which, so, you know, 6 of one, half dozen another. Right? My day is going well, Fred. What you up to today? Help. Not much. Got ready or not. That's fair. Help. 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 Still prefer dried? Yeah, I mean, like, fresh pasta is really nice. Not gonna lie, fresh pasta is really nice. I'm definitely someone who prefers fresh pasta. But it's also, you know, it's food. Personal preference. That should be all 8 there, squad. So, I think we got all 8 there. Yep. What's my in-game name? Same as the channel name. Zenosfire. You can also grab it from the description of the stream there for you.
Excellent. We now have control of the tram. Its drive systems have been overheated, and it will now draw power from your ship.
Everybody, let's take a ride. Nah, nerds. Die. Die for me. Get out of here. Yo, Flambe, been a while. How you doing? I know that there's no more candies in here, but I'm kind of hoping that there's an I-10 sculpture going to show up. So, you know, we'll look around. Who's excited for Soulframe dev stream? You started up a new account? Nice.
Stay focused. There's a
Nice, nice, nice. What made you want to start up a new account, Flambe? Don't forget, everybody, that until tomorrow evening, tomorrow night, we have a special 30% off code for Advanced GG. It is sort of a only, oh yeah, I forgot to clean up my friends list. Sorry, I gotta do that. Special 30% off code. Usually it's only 10%, so if you're looking at getting yourself some energy drink stuff, or I actually really like the hydration stuff.
making solid progress.
But it is there for you. Your account got hacked and you couldn't get it back? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, you're a synthesis target. Hello, friend.
That's it. It will be a perfect specimen.
Hello, friendo. Where are you going?
Synthesize it for me.
Saturn Junction's pissing you off? Why is the Saturn Junction pissing you off? I forget what the Saturn Junction is. I'm not gonna lie.
Extraction
Avid listener, Samaras would be? No, Samaras absolutely would not be.
core.
Samaras would be an avid hate listener. It's like, why are these idiot Tenno liking this bull crap? Dragosa, gonna lurk in my stream and take a nap? No worries. Hope you have yourself a good nap. Gotta scan an enemy type? What enemy type? Move faster. He does give boomer type energy? Yeah, he's very much boomer. He definitely has at least 17 model trains, full sets in his basement. Not that I'm judging. Do what you love. Yo, Hawk, how you doing? What you up to?
Let's head home.
Oh, so he's just autistic? Well, I didn't say that. Or did I mean that? However, his weird hyperfixation on certain things would lead me to believe that. Or at least hyper ADHD. You know, that anyone else got that hyper-focus ADHD shenanigans? I got that superpower. Alright, we got room for at least one for Cephalon Suda. Make it 2 for Cephalon Suda dailies. Fred, remember your in-game name, Fred? Fred the Red. And we got room for one more for Cephalon Suda dailies. Who wishes to join? We got room for one for the Suda. And while we're waiting, let's take a look at my friends list for people who have been gone the longest. 1,000 days. Okay, we can remove some of these people. Sorry, people who haven't logged in for 3 years. Goodbye. 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 Well, there was one that was 900 days, so that's almost 3 years. Au revoir. Au revoir. You're back? Did you miss anything? Nah, just cleaning up my friends list. For people who haven't been online for more than a year, they can get purged. Au revoir. Oh, it's vibe time this early? Heck yeah. No questions will be had. There's a batch remove? There is a batch remove. We've been offline for over 6 months. Skip clanmates. Confirm. Batch remove. Goodbye. There we go. Cleaned up my friends list. I didn't even know there was a batch thing there. Okay, we got room for one more for Sepul and Suda, otherwise we'll just go the three of us. Kung Bob? Yeah, get on in here. It's vibe time. Goodbye. Friend invite sent? Cool. I'll get to it when I get to it. Don't mind me.
Interesting place. I appreciate you doing this.
Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein. I have heard only amazing things about it. But it's also Guillermo del Toro. Like, the guy just puts out gold every single time. Absolutely one of the best artists in filmmaking. Right up there with Denis Villeneuve. Denis Villeneuve is like, I think actually the greatest filmmaker of our time right now. Just absolutely incredible artist. Love his work. Dune, oh, just, Arrival, Dune, hello? Do I need to say more? Everything I touch turns to gold? No, I'm not King Midas. That'd be great, though. All the gold. I can only summon gold relics, sadly. Yo, Tutter. What you up to? I bonked the roof. I'm gonna go get this one. What does Pillage do? It gives you a status cleanse, you and your allies, whoever gets hit by it. Enemies have their armor and shields reduced based off a percentage, based off of your strength. And also regenerates your shields based off of the armor and shields that you remove off of enemies. It is, in my opinion, one of the best, if not the best, survivability helmet. But the problem is, to get the 100% armor strip, you need to have really high shield values in order to do that. like you need, or really high strength values in order to do that. You need 328% strength if you're using corrosive projection to have 100% armor strip. But if you're doing it, if you're doing it without corrosive projection, then you need like 400% strength. But it is very good. It's my preferred armor strip and shield tank capability helmet. I use it on so many things. It's my most used helmet by a long mile. Like last year, it was my most cast ability in the game. But also, like, you know, it's good for anybody that's like a high strength frame, or like, no, you don't even need to go crazy into strength, but anything that likes duration and strength, it's very good on. And it doesn't matter if you don't remove 100% armor. What about corrosive shards to strip? I mean, the corrosive shards to strip isn't bad tech. I just prefer pillage because it also gives you other bonuses, right? Ryu, it's been 5 months. Crit chance, crit damage, cold plus weapon recoil, or crit damage, crit damage, multi-shot, cold plus weapon recoil, or crit chance, crit damage minus projectile speed. I would go for the cold one personally. Because then you're just replacing a cold mod on your Torrid, which most people run cold on their Torrid anyway because they go into blast. So you're essentially saving a mod slot there, right? Having to cast pillage twice isn't that big of it, isn't not that bad. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. Blast or viral? Well, typically you want to go blast on the Torrid. Because the Torrid's lingering clouds with the blast procs will charge the Incarnate. So, like, typically, and then also chain beams with blast is really good. So, it's kind of one of those things. If you don't let you know, you gotta get them to stop hating you. No, we don't do Red Veil. We do just Steel Meridian and Suda. These days, we just do those two. What's good for Inros? High strength, high armor, high health. I've got an Inros build on the channel. Inros. This is my build for Inros.
I appreciate you doing
For you.
this for me.
When you're typing that, no, it's all good, Ryu. It's all good. Use good. Toxic Blast Torrid with Zaz Whispers, bonkers? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's just any, like, anything with Blast and Zada's Whisper because of the weird mechanic with Blast and Zada's Whisper. It's just, it's so weird how that thing functions. Blast is just like a status effect that does weird things. It just does really odd things sometimes. They usually like to hide one up here. Oh, these. Oh, I was hoping to not get that reset. Yeah, especially on beam weapons. Any blast, but beam weapons and blast have a excellent combination because usually the beam's chain range is pretty close to blast range, so you end up doing a lot of extra damage because of it. It's got some real, like, blast is one of those status effects that just with the status rework that came with Jade Shadows last summer, it did some really, really incredible stuff. Beams of blast have always had an explosive interaction. True. True. Where we're going? More candies? Any candies? No candies. Yeah, blast went from like just a not a great status element to being one of the best after that rework. At least in my opinion, it's one of the best. Any advice on Limbo? You want to actually start using him? The biggest thing with Limbo is to make sure that you fully understand how his abilities function. Limbo is what I call the hardest frame in the game because it requires not just you knowing how to play Limbo, but your allies knowing how to play with a Limbo in your squad. So like his biggest issue is always knowledge of how he functions, and that's where most people get have issues with Limbo. His Rift Torrent augment is absolutely incredible. Highly recommended that you invest into that, as it turns him into a fantastic weapon platform. I know a lot of people who like to play Limbo with helmeting over his 4 and doing the banish frontal cone advice. Frontal cone banished for Rift Surge, and that's kind of how a lot of people like to play it, because then you aren't having to rely on Cataclysm. Because Cataclysm, a lot of people are just not a big fan of. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to a share, but otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Let's see if they're hiding any up here on us today. No, we're not hiding any. Good alternative for the photon charge. Well, photon charge is now in the Nightwave, Dave. So it was in the shop last week. So you'll be able to get it pretty quickly. If you have it, hammer shot is what I would probably do instead. If I'm not using that already on that build. But sort of any element like magnetic capacity would do well on there. Some more fire rate would do well. Sort of any of those options will do you pretty good there. Oh, underwater parts. Boo, underwater parts. Yeah, I got a Larkspur. Nerds. Let's just make sure that there's no candies hiding underwater, because sometimes I like to hide candies underwater. Can I cannot activate this down here. There's a candy. You're not a candy. You're not a candy. You're not candies. Function B. I'll see what you can do with that. Yeah, it's just sort of take your time, right? The biggest thing, like, with Limbo is just making sure that you understand how he functions properly. And then just be patient with your allies, because most people don't know how to play with Limbo in their squad, so then they get very frustrated with it. Talking about Limbo, you loved his prime, resulting in the last needed Warframe to master. And now only needing 10k to get MR30. Very soon, you should be giving people the shield blessing. Why a shield blessing? Why are you so hateful? Oh, I really hope that that's just a Cura back there. Stupid Curas. Get out of my way, nerd. It's probably just a dead-end hall there. I'm Cuban B. Welcome in. How you doing? You got a legendary core? Nice! Yo, Missing, how you doing? There we go. And then we got a candy. Where's this candy? Oh, that's a solid perk there. I thought that was water. Finally came to follow you on Twitch after watching like 20 of my vids. Heck yeah, welcome on in. Happy to have you. I knew that would be a Cura back there. That's why I didn't care. I sensed it. I knew. I sniffed that out from a mile away. It's always a Cura. Now this is usually, and I'm right, a candy. Ooh, another candy. For the code of Synapse, you can type ! Synapse and see my build there for you, Ryu, to give you some direction. You don't need to worry about survivability mods because she's inbuilt damage mitigation and the overguard from the augment. Yeah, exactly. The important thing to remember is that unlike other overguard frames, you're typically using overguard as like a gate mechanic on Ember, right? Because it's a wave-like ability, so its range equal scales off of duration, so it goes out. Its base range is scaled off of your base radius is based off of your regular range, and then going out goes from there. So it increases. The more enemies you hit, the more overguard you generate. The more overguard you generate, the higher you have, higher survivability you have. And then also because it's wave-like, you know, you take damage, you activate overguard gate, it hits another enemy, gives you back overguard, overguard goes away, hits another enemy, overguard gate activates while it's hitting that enemy, and blah, 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 right? So you end up having, like, actually a pretty good survivability mechanic on Ember because of that. Yo, Blue, how you doing? Increases attack speed per combo on melees? I mean, I'd be down for that. But also Blood Rush, or Berserker Fury. So, you know. Berserker Fury. Do you got a Gorgon build? I do. Type exclamation point Gorgon. I don't listen to that one. Yeah, I'll listen to that one. Got an essay. Got to write an essay in 3 hours because you're going to a concert tonight. Ooh, a concert. If you don't mind me asking. Drink my water? Okay.
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations or break into the network. Be prepared.
Clem? There's no Clem here. Clem's too powerful to be contained by a chatbot.
What an interesting place. I appreciate you doing this task for me.
I saw you. Out of the corner of my eye. You can't hide from me.
You're still in the
Yo,
clear.
Rainy.
No
How you doing?
detection from enemy sensors. You've got to find a terminal.
Indie rock band? Cool.
Mission reached.
See to a shotgun? Yes, it's a fully auto shotgun. Yeah, Ole, how you doing?
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
New Demon Warframe Ureli? Well, we all, or Uriel, sorry, not Ureli. Uriel seems really cool. Obviously, we don't have their full kit yet, so I don't have an opinion. I don't have a, like, I reserve my opinion until we have all the information, and until I have them in my hands to be able to actually play them. But from what we can tell, it looks like he's going to be a very, very interesting frame. I'm like a huge fan of minion-based frames, so anytime that the devs give me more minions, I'm happy. And the idea that the minions, like, are going to be kind of a little bit more dictating how you play is very interesting to me. So I'm very stoked for him. But I don't know how many people are going to enjoy playing him because of that sort of minion dictating your playstyle and when you activate stuff. But at the end of the month, we're going to be getting our next dev stream, which will have much more information regarding Uriel and the whole entire patch, of course. So we'll have more information then, and then I'll be able to give a more fulfilled opinion. But again, I say reserve my opinion always until we get things in my hands, because sometimes they just don't explain things very well on... they don't explain things very well in sort of the dev short, or they misspeak, or things change between the dev stream and actual release. So it kind of all depends on that. Maybe he's going to be a new AFK frame? I don't think so. They've been very staunchly making frames that are very active and reward a very active playstyle, so I think that he's going to be very much not an AFK frame, personally. Like, if you take a look at the frames that have been coming out over the past couple of years, they're all very engaged frames, right? And even the reworks. Like, Valkyr's survivability is now engaging survivability. Oberon's survivability, also engaging survivability. Noko, very engaged playstyle. So, I think that we're not going to be seeing that type of stuff, personally. I don't think we're going to be seeing an AFK style build out of him at all. Because the devs actively do their best to make sure that there's not AFK playstyles in the game. Nogo's really AFK. Press 2 twice, press 4, dance. Yeah, but then you're not doing anything. You're not doing any damage if you do that. Right? So, like, sure, the survivability is AFK, except for the fact that you have to activate it every, like, depending on how high a duration you have, you have to activate reroute every couple of seconds. But even then, you need to be able to throw out abilities to do damage. Like, a no helmet Noko build actually has, like, a really fun, weird playstyle where you just cast out your mushrooms, cast out your 3, or cast out your 4 3 times, pop into reroute, and then just wander off to victory. And then just, you know, do it as a cycle like that. You don't know how Noko works? Well, if you want to see my full guide video on Noko, you can just type *Noko. I've got 6 different builds, all using different helmets for very different playstyles, but also a no helmet Noko build as well on a short there. If you prefer the no helmet build, which is just as good. The helmet system just allows you to do very interesting and unique things. Food for thought question, as long as it's appropriate. Yeah, no, Noko is, like, hands down, very rapidly become one of my most favorite frames in the game. Like, just very, very, very fun. Certainly within my top 5 now these days.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
That guy was just doing an electric slide there.
Stay focused.
Living in the red. I said absolutely, as long as there's an appropriate question for you. Builds? Yo, Donut, say Ben. Don't stop living in the red. Don't stop living in the red. You were a little bit too far away from me.
The odds were against us, Tenno. But we
Doing all right? How about me? I'm doing pretty dang good, actually. Does anyone know, if you want to stack death marks, do you need to fight different bosses? I assume you mean death marks for, getting the stalker to come after you? Yes, you need to fight different bosses. Run him with Roar, Breach Surge, and use Shade with Arcane Crepuscular. Yeah, so the Shade's not a bad choice. I like doing the Heroes Kubero better. Because then that allows us to also take advantage of the mecha mod set for spreading those huge toxin procs. Right? But it's definitely a personal preference thing, right? The hyena pack actually counts as separate targets? That I didn't know. Good to know. Just farm 800 plat and buy the bundle? True, that too. Yeah, so that's the reason why I prefer, like, in the video, people were like, also the Shade. Be like, yes, but we're using the mecha mod set here. So, the mecha set just goes very well, spreading more statuses, dealing more damage, spreading that toxin. And then also, like, the armor is nice for Noko. It's, like, neither here nor there. I didn't make a, like, straight up full mecha build on the Nokos, but you can swap in the mecha set quite easily onto Noko. It's an aura, and then you just replace one of the mods on there, depending on how you want to play. No, it works like that both ways, Donuts. But the important thing is that his third doesn't break invisibility. For the mecha mod set, do you have to use the hounds, not the sentient dogs? Yes, you have to use the dogs. Feral Predicites or Kubros only. Cannot use the mecha set on the robot hounds or anything like that. Mecha set doesn't interact with ragdoll units. Yeah, but it's also one of those things where you gotta kind of play a little bit smart with it. You could have been using a weapon on your Shade? No. Both of them, if you use a weapon, will break your invisibility. both the Shade and the heroes. That's what I was trying to say. Gift you a fish? No. Difference between Pharaoh Predacite and the Kubro? Different stat lines, different functions. Right? They have different, each Kubro, each Predacite, every individual companion has different, what's called, precept mods. Right? So, this is, for instance, a Pharaoh Predacite precept and different ones there. The clones from Duplex, Bond, do attack and don't break invis. That's correct, yeah. You need a build for your tenant Psychron, I assume you mean, in Synoid Simulor? Well, the Psychron I have. The Synoid Simulor I'm actually working on today. So there's the Psychron, and I'm working on the Synoid Simulor right now. Because I didn't really mess around with his augment at all. So I want to test this out. Okay, so let's head over to the sim. I accept your friendships. Okay, let's head over to the sim real quick. Hey Tazzy, how you doing? The augment's trash? I don't know if it's trash yet. We'll see. Haven't given it a try yet. Pick Revenant to be your frame feels like good anti-anxiety frame. Yeah, I mean, that's totally fair if you just want chill time. I don't have a Kingdom Tazzy, but I'm doing well. What you up to? Is that all the Jade Shadows Stalker floops? Yeah, the Protector Stalkers. Nearly 300 of them. I don't have a problem, you have a problem. Yeah. I made a joke one day on stream that if people gift me that thing, I will stalker bomb it, and it was during QTCC, so I was like, okay, fine. If we reach this amount of money, I'll stalker bomb my back room. So I stalker bombed my back room. Healty Toxicity, welcome in. Okay, so let's take a peek at this Simulor. Take a better look at this augment here. That's not what I was looking for. I was looking for this. Well, the build's not done because I haven't done a build yet, so there's nothing for you to screenshot. Wiki. Simulor. And Spontaneous Singularity. Yeah, this is just an old build. This is my, like, build from 2018. So, like, that's just going away. Let you buy the ribbon? No. No. Okay. Orbs that strike targets will explode immediately with 90% bonus damage and 18% chance that singularly pulls in more targets. Orbs do not bounce or combine. Instantly depending upon hitting an enemy, dealing additional damage and a chance of generating a singularity that pulls in nearby enemies, but removes their ability to bounce off surfaces or merge with other orbs. Yo, Golly, how you doing? Been able to make the Simulor good on Mirage, even with the augment. Curious what you come up with. Yeah, I feel like it's certainly one of those kind of weapons that really drastically needs a weapon platform. Okay, so the wiki doesn't really have any information here. It doesn't say that the bonus damage is multiplicative, and it doesn't say really anything else there. So let's take a peek to see if the nice wiki people mentioned anything about in here. Let's check down here. Deployed, cannot fire more until it expires or detonate using alternate fire. Orb explosions have guaranteed electric proc. Affected by electricity mods, even if they're combined to others. Orbs bounce harmlessly off enemies. Orbs have 3 states. This is such a weird weapon. Such a weird weapon. It has so many weird interactions. Blah, blah, blah. Orbs bounce off harmlessly. Orbs are attracted to each other. We're not going to be stacking. We're going to be exploding. Partially stacked orbs, uncommon product, deal magnetic damage. Fully stacked orbs. Firestorm. 20 seconds. Does not refresh. Explosion flat radius of 8 meters. Enemies within 5 meters do not affected by firestorm. Tracks pickups that are yet to be picked up off the ground. Orbs have a physical 5-meter radius. Friendly shot. Shots fired through deal with N being the number of orbs that pass through. Yeah, so this is still like an old tech that they had to add in with a few weapons, nerfing its multi-shot values. So we'll have to see kind of how we can play around with that. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. See you in a second. Okay, so we're not gonna be building for its crit chance. Doesn't have an alt fire. Let's see how this plays. It's got a pretty decent range to it, and with the grouping function, how's the grouping function? It's based off of just straight chance. So it's not like a duration chance thing. So it's dealing magnetic, it's an AoE, so we don't want to be doing aptitude. It's dealing electric. I don't think that this thing gets multi-gun co. No note of it here. Overextended jet stream projectile speed, electricity, tracks pickups. Alright. So with all of that in mind, shots fired through the vortex, yeah, that's fine. We're not going to be paying much attention to that. Cold toxin, damage to Grenier, yeah, I got to keep rolling that one, I think. Okay, so multi-shot, maybe. We probably want to have projectile speed on here just so that they fly out a little bit faster. We'll test the multi-shot to see if it's worth our time or not. It might not be worth our time. Also, does Firestorm increase the radial attack? Yes, it does. Will that increase the radius of... Okay, so it does increase the radius of that, and it does not seem to increase the radius of its vacuum. Maybe it does. Interesting. Alright, so I'm leaning, already thinking like Elementalist to work with the electricity on here. The electricity on here, so we're thinking Elementalist. What's my best Riven? Probably my Bolt War Riven? Probably. So I'm not thinking that. I think I need to reroll this because I don't think we want to be doing viral. And I don't think we want to be doing... We could do Blast Corrosive because it does go from the bottom up. So we could do Blast Corrosive. Electric. And then heat. So we could do something like that. Oh, that's the wrong spot. Blast Corrosive. But let's see how this goes here. So it still deals electric, even though it's going into Blast Corrosive. And it does seem to propagate Blast, this vacuum function, because we can see the Blast Axe going up. So Blast does make sense here. Which means that Elementalist makes sense here. Okay. So Blast makes sense here. Could do gas, yeah, but I've generally speaking, with high damage output or high status chance, I usually like to go blast, because as you can see there, it was self-propagating the blast stacks when the vacuum effect was happening, right? So you can see the blast number going up. So that means that it'll activate blast numerous times, especially with its suck. So that's why I'm leaning more towards blast over gas. Anytime that you can, like, it natively will keep activating more blast stacks is something that's, I think, very strong. I don't know about Prime Firestorm yet. Let's throw on Merciless for just more damage, because it really feels like it could use that extra damage. Very much feels like it could use that extra damage. Give the boy a treat. Okay, I'll give the boy 2 treatums. He's been bothering me for his dinner early again, as usual. 2 treats. Yes. I think I saw 2 treats there. One from Hellblade. Who was the other? Texas. Yeah. Giving yourself a little bath? Am I going to interrupt your bath if I put some food in your bowl? Alright, so I'm feeling the blast. I'm feeling corrosive. The magnetic's just nice for an extra status effect. I don't think galvanized shot or galvanized aptitude's a smart choice, because we're mainly dealing AoE stuff. You gotta go? No worries, Fred. Take care. So we're probably not gonna be going aptitude here. Certainly not enough crit to make that worth our time. Firestorm is like one of those ones that's both really good and just something I don't care about. Elementalist. What does that give us? Punch through. We can't do punch through anyway, so it doesn't matter. Okay, I'm just gonna pull that off for the moment to throw on this. We're gonna have to put a form on here. So let's take a peek at this. Also, the other thing that I want to do is remove this guy. So what? We've got magnetic radiation at the moment. Throw on cryo rounds. We have heat blast, blast electric. So this would be the non Riven build. And this is gonna take a second to charge up because we need Merciless going. We'll throw on Zada's Whisper for the fun of it for the moment. Just for getting the thing charged. Oh, interesting. Zada's doesn't feel like something you actually want to use on here, because it's interrupting the ball from getting to people. Interesting. Alright, good to know. Die. Okay, so we come down here, activate some more friends. Yeah, once the enemy grouping functions, then the blast starts going crazy. But it's sort of before that grouping function kicks in that it has some struggles. But once that kicks in, it does a pretty good job. I like terminal velocity, but, you know... Would Hijack have candies? Yeah, it has, I assume you mean rep candies? Hijack always has its rep candies before the well, that's funny. It's getting dragged by the bubble that's right in front of it. Hijack has all of its candies before the whatchamacallit? Before the actual objective. All right. Yeah, before the actual objective. Recommend doing a sortie that asks for a sniper rifle. The Vidaria, if you have
The
it.
Ultimate Rivers card super chatted $1.99.
Hey,
So
Ultimate Rivers, thank you so much. My apologies. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted there. You didn't need to give a super chat for that, but I appreciate you. You put an incarnate on your Mark 1 Bratton? How'd it go? I appreciate the super chat, but that was super not necessary. Sorry, I just got distracted by doing build crafting. But thank you very much. Okay, so not like terrible, but why do I have Bane of Orkin on here? Oh, it's surprisingly not bad. Yeah, I was one of my like weird end game personal goals is to have an incarnate on every single weapon that can have an incarnate. So the Mark 1 Bratton was on the list of ones that I want to give a try with. Try Simulor Mirage? Oh yeah, that's old tech. That's ancient tech. That's the old way of doing it. Did you just put like a normal normal Bratton build on it? Yeah, see, like once it starts going, it does its thing, right? Because like, look at all the electric stacks, look at all the blast stacks. The electric is doing a lot of AoE into the group. You're adding more electric damage by shooting into it. And then once you start getting like, you know, galvanized chamber, once you start getting the on-kill effects going, then it's doing pretty better. Least on the build? Yeah, my in-game name's the same as on the stream. All right, we definitely need to change that energy color, though. Definitely need to change that immediately. Black. Oh, not on the carpet, please. Hold on. I'll be right back. That's got a hairball. Poor little guy. Hey, Crafter. Yeah, he has the gorging cat behavior. So he'll just eat everything that he possibly can as quickly as he possibly can. So sometimes he eats too quickly and makes himself a little bit sick, but he's okay. He's okay. Yeah, so not bad. But like not like crazy. Steam just announced a new controller, mini PC, and VR headset. Ooh. I wonder if that mini PC is going to be running off of Steam OS. Why no damage cap? I know, rip. It is? That's giving me hope for SteamOS. On PC. I would use SteamOS instantly on PC. Six times the power of the deck? Yeah, that makes sense. But also, it's like, it's Gabe, you know? If there's one billionaire out there that I actually do trust, it is Gabe Newell. That guy's done nothing to mess over new people. Like, he's never been sort of someone who tries to mess over people. He's always been, at least from what we know, pretty good. Yeah, the guy's just been doing his thing. It's like every competitor fails around him because they're trying to, you know, mess around. And this is part of the reason why, like, privately owned businesses are sometimes better than shareholder businesses, right? He has nobody to answer to except his own self. Okay, you know, doesn't feel great, but doesn't feel terrible on the Synoid. I kind of don't want Firestorm, but also I know that it's good, but also feel like it's just taking up a slot. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of want to go Corrosive here instead, but also having the electricity is really nice. But I think it's also applying Corrosive, or applying electricity even without electricity being modded. Yeah, it is applying electricity just from shooting. So like this way, oh no, this is definitely the way to go. Yeah, Corrosive Blast, Elementalist, because we're still getting the electricity from the native shots. And we're getting the Corrosive, and we're getting the Blast. Yeah, no, that's definitely the way to go. Yeah, if the moment that yeah, Corrosive is definitely the way to go. Look at that. So much better with Corrosive. So much better with Corrosive. All right. The sound effect is really annoying. The sound effect of the suck happening is real bothersome. Yo, Dutch. Do I have a Hydroid build? I do have a Hydroid build. Hydroid. No worries. Take care. Have yourself a good one. What are we testing today? We're messing with the new Simulor augment from last night, Wave. I just haven't messed around with it at all yet. The fact that it propagates electricity and blast with its vacuum is kind of lit. It's actually... Okay, that's kind of funny. Been watching my shorts for a bit, but the first time catching you live, well, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. We're doing a little bit of build crafting today because yesterday we did some build crafting with the new Basmu augment, and I was just kind of enjoying it. So I wanted to do a little bit of build crafting today, and then we'll go do some other stuff. Yeah, I think reducing the range from Fire Blast and getting the Corrosive on there is quite nice. Orbs do not bounce or combine. Pulls in more targets. 18% chance. 40%, 90% more damage. Does this show the 90% damage here? No, it doesn't. Sim. I'm assuming that this Simulor augment is not multiplicative damage. I'm assuming that it's additive damage. With 90% bonus damage, I'm assuming that this is additive on here. Like, there's... I think that it's very unlikely that this is multiplicative. But who knows, right? Not me, at least. And the wiki doesn't say anything about it. It's odd. The wiki has very little information on this augment. Usually, this would be getting a lot more info out of it. But this, I guess, kind of just says, like, goes to show that it's, how not very popular it was when it first came out. What's my favorite deluxe skin? Probably a toss-up between this new Wukong skin and the Neja one. 17. Right. 18. Sim. 20. So it went from 18 to 20, so I'm leaning towards additive based off of that. So it's just additive damage, which isn't great, but, you know, whatevs. I think that it does need these extra base damage here. From triple base damage here, from Serration, Singularity, and Merciless. It doesn't feel strong enough to not be doing that. I also... Yeah, I don't think this is the way to go. For the Zenith, I haven't messed around with the Zenith really ever. Yeah, the CSGO market destruction by Valve, that was a very smart move from them, I think. A lot of people are pissed off about it, but I think it was actually a very smart move of them to do that. Because, ooh, let's check to see if we got any catalysts. We do. Reactor. And the reason why I think that it's smart is because then it sort of, stops people from, like, trying to go after them for fueling a gambling economy, being like, nope, look, we just removed a huge section of the possibility of a gambling economy. Which I think is very intelligent of them to do. Nice, Fred. Classic black and red. I would probably make the red maybe like a little bit more saturated on there, Fred. We have Harrow at home. Ivara, what arcane to use instead of Molt Augmented? Let's take a look. Probably a great deal from money laundering. Yeah, that's always a problem with in-game economies like that. Lycas Hunt? Why are you using Lycas Hunt? You doing a melee build on her? That's interesting. That's weird. I'm game for that. Just for energy? Yeah, but you have to get melee kills with it in order for health orbs and energy orbs, right? Headshots drop energy orbs? Headshots drop energy orbs. Right. Right. Rolling guard, some shield gaties, Molt Augmented, Crepuscular. I would say Molt Augmented's a good choice here. Right? Higher strength for Artemis's arrow and all that. I would say Molt Augmented actually makes sense here, personally. If not Molt Augmented, then I would just say something that increases... I assume that you're playing around Artemis bow because you didn't helmet over it. I would say, you know, something that increases Artemis's bow's damage more would probably how I would go. Kuvachaka or the Vesper? But bow is an option? Yeah, so... What's her 2? Navigator hers her 2, right? So... Possible to rename Warframes? Don't think so. Wouldn't it be the case for Precision? Yeah, but if they're not using Artemis bow and they're using other stuff, then the bow is just there as an option. Then I would say something to increase your weapon damage here. Right? Like, if you're using the Chalker or the Vesper 77, or anything else, depending on what you're doing, I would probably say something to increase your weapon damage here instead. I also feel like you probably don't need growing power. If you're playing for the head points, maybe go for Worthy Camaraderie instead of growing power. Or 3 gives more damage on headshots? Yeah. So I would go Worthy Camaraderie here instead. The Chalker and the Vesper are both crit weapons, right? You don't necessarily need this extra strength. Although the extra strength into Prowl for the headshot damage isn't bad, but also you got Molt augmented here. And you got 30% strength here, right? Send fashion for your Titania? Yeah, absolutely. Send it on over. Hey, Wari, how you doing today? Hey. Whose is this? Pokemon? Do you not have the Burning Hate augment? Melee influence. So one thing to keep in mind with Voltaic Strike on here, if I remember correctly, it combines with the heat from the Incarnon to make Rad. So, but I don't know if it still activates, electricity for Voltaic Strike. The direct melee hits will still activate it, but the wave-like will do radiation, which is just like another element for Condition Overload, so it's not too bad. But the direct melee hits will be the ones that activate Influence, right? So just keep that in mind. More range, critical chance, and cold damage. Yes, this is just replacing a cold mod, giving you range and crit damage. It does have low follow-through, but I know, you know, more range, more crit chance are both solid things. Blood Rush, Organ Shatter. I would say maybe instead of Organ Shatter, run Galvanized Steel, right? I would go Galvanized Steel. 120% critical damage, but then also gives you more crit chance. So I think this Riven's actually pretty good. Like, you know, it's cold plus range plus crit chance. Pretty solid. But maybe the only thing I would say is swap that out. Otherwise, I think the rest of that build's fair. Quite good there. You're Mark 1 Breton. You dead by bears? Uh-oh. Heat, crit chance, Voltaic Strike. What are you running? Heat Corrosive, Deadhead, Aptitude, Point Strike. So there's a Corrupted mod that gives you 200% critical chance. I would run that instead of this. And it says Speed Trigger. If you have it, Prime Shred. The reason why I would say Prime Shred is, yes, it doesn't work on the AoE, but when you're getting it charged up on your normal attacks, you can then get more with punch through, land more headshots, charge it faster, right? I'm a big believer in punch through on Incarnate weapons because of that. It just makes it a little bit faster and easier to charge. You'd only be losing 5% attack speed, fire rate. So that's what I would recommend. If you wanted to, like, uber maximize it. It's also a Mark 1 brand, so, you know, if you don't want to throw a Prime Shred on there, I totally get it. Punch through multi-hit on the base fire or multi-shot? Well, I mean, you got the multi-shot already here, right? So, it's a both. It's a yes. It's Vanta Black. Nice. All right, let's take the Synod Simulor in with my Oraxia. And let's just do this for a quick solo run. Just to see how this feels. Dual Toxins and Furious Incarnats, do your chat recommendations some funny secondary weapons? I mean, the Nucor, obviously, is always good choice. Nucor's good. Lieutenant Cycron. I really like the Sicarus Incarnate. That's probably my favorite. And it's kind of similar to give me your energy node. It's kind of similar to the Dual Toxicist, right? Because it has a similar function. Good room? Not good room. That sound effect is so loud. Okay, you know what? Actually, obviously this is with a beefed out Oraxia. So, like, you know, you have to take into account the fact that this is getting 1 billion toxin damage from an Oraxia. But This does actually feel pretty solid. It does feel pretty solid. Which means that, like, any weapon platform frame will be very happy to have this thing, right? And especially with Araxia, because then it's propagating with its vacuum, toxin, blast, and electric. Because the suck function of it is activating other stuff. I'm being stalkered? Really, bro? You want this? Alright. Come on down, brother. Let's play. Yeah. Look at me, I'm the stalker. Ooh, so scary. Ooh, so scary. Yeah. So scary. Don't turn off my abilities, you nerd. Get out of here. Ah, he is scary. Oh, if you die to the stalker, you can't go into drifter? That's hilarious. I never knew that. Streamer died. It happens all the time. Alright, you know... Skill issue? Definitely a skill issue. I could have pulled out my Sicarus and just ended him with one shot. Goes to show how much I'm paying attention right now. Attention span, the leading cause of Tenno death everywhere. Yeah, okay. MRI appointment tomorrow? Heck yeah, Rogue. Heck yeah. All right, you know what? Yeah, feels good. Yeah. All right, I like it. It's got high blast weighting because we got prime cryo rounds on there with the heat. I should do the glass gambit? Yeah, I gotta do the glass gambit one of these days. It was part of our QGCC stretch goals. Yeah, I like this. You've never had one? Earplugs. And if you're claustrophobic, I would highly recommend taking like a Tylenol or an Advil before going in. Also depends on what part of your body you're getting MRI'd. Yeah, I like this. This feels good to me. Still activates the electric. Still activates corrosive. Activates electric on its own. High blast damage. Good for weapon platform frames. Yeah. Alright. Alright. You don't like munitions great on the Bratton? I like it because it just never really messes with me at all. Like, I never really understood people being like, oh, don't use that one. It's bad. I'm like, but it's not. You just gotta land your headshots. Which, like, some people, obviously, if you're playing on controller, landing headshots are a little bit more difficult. But, the extra multi-shot on it, to me, is very solid. Doesn't eat through my ammo as much as people think it does. Oh, yeah, I think with my MRI, I had... You're right, I think I had headphones. Now that you're mentioning it, I think I did have headphones when I had my MRI. I can't remember now. It was at like 3 in the morning. What do I think about GTA 6 delayed again until November? I don't really have any comments on that because I don't really care for GTA. It's never been a game that I necessarily cared about. I'm more annoyed with the fact that they're doing union busting activities here in my country in Canada, which is like hyper illegal here in Canada. Like they could get their whole entire Northern Division shut down because of it. Canada does not take kindly to union busting activities. Like millions upon millions upon millions bill it like like the Canadian government will look at that, look at them and be like, you tried what? Cool, so we're giving them the union and we're also charging you a couple $1 million and you don't have a choice in it. What do you mean? We're just doing it. You don't have a choice. Union now exists. Suck it. It's like one of the boldest, dumbest decisions that they could have ever made. Please don't bring up stuff like that. We don't try to do politics stuff in my stream, Tenno. Thank you. While I agree it is crazy, we try to make this a place for people to escape the realities of life. Ew, Void Flight. Bleh. 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 Okay, who wants to come join me for a Mezzo Steel Path survival? Who would like to join me? Secondaries, a few that pairs well with Lavos and his arguments. Any, like, honestly, Vrux, any well-popular melee would do, secondary would do very well. And the reason why is because his, Valence formation just gives, like, a huge amount of, bonus status damage to your weapons. And if I remember correctly, Valence formation also gives it a, guaranteed status chance on top of that, too. You're not online, Rainy? Let me know when you're on. Yep, that's the case in most places, Peanuts. If the president in Warframe, who would it be and why? Clearly the Lotus, because Lotus. Clearly. You're online? It doesn't say you're online. Do you want to shoot me a private message, Rainy? I'm just gonna run, sorry, I don't pay attention to in-game chat. If I'm ever calling out for people to join the squad, you need to say something in stream chat. Sorry. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here while we're waiting for Rainy. We'll be back in a second here, everybody. Sit tight. We run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pro ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Max, stop hiding under the air. You're gonna get... All right. Rainy, did you shoot me a private message? There you are. This was quite possibly one of the best songs that I stole from Tato. And release. I don't know if you have enough relics. You missed the prime resurgence. I feel like it will be probably fine for you. Circus Incarnate, Nucor, like anything that's got like a fairly high fire rate, anything that's like meta, will do very well with what's his face, Lavos. Right, because he's just a fantastic weapon platform, so anything that's already a good weapon will just get better with him because he just gives you a guaranteed status element of your choice. Super solid. Very, very solid. Epitaph, Epitaph, yeah, but you would need to, kind of depends on how you want to play your Epitaph. Need a form to open the Europa Junction? You get them in relic missions,
Have a matching relic.
typically speaking.
Just shut down all systems. I'm sending life support capsules to take.
Okay, you know the deal, squad. Let's go find a room together, pretend we're friends, hold our hands, get candies, win life. This is actually a fine room in here. What am I stuck on? Oh, there's an enemy right there. What, Dova? What are you saying dude for? Semi-AFK Araxia build with the Nautilus, super fun? Yeah. That one was a bit of a funny build that I put together. You just dissolved one of your prime mods? Voyage, which prime mod was it?
Prepare for life support.
Which prime mod was it? If I got a spare, I'll help you out. Prime cryo rounds? Okay, I'll take a look to see if I got a spare. I'll help you out. If I got one. Also, the big reason why is because I know Voyage isn't lying to me. That means that it is crit tier 4 and above. So each exclamation point signifies another tier up until tier 6, where it doesn't show anything above tier 6. Okay, you know what? Honestly, again, requires a big weapon platform to make it, like, strong, but it feels very nice. And the occasional enemy grouping is kind of nice for it as well. All right. You know, it's not like a crazy augment, but like pretty solid. The fact that its AoE propagates other statuses makes it very interesting. Makes it very intriguing, actually. Now, obviously, this is like being amped up by Araxia and whatnot, but like, still, not bad, not too shabby. Not seeing the enemy grouping function all that much here, but that also might just be because they're dying too quickly. Hello. I'll try it with like a non-status based weapon platform. We'll try it on my Chroma after this run. Sort of see how it feels with like a Chroma rather than Araxia, because Araxia is like just one of the best weapon platforms in the game. Chroma also, of course, but a little bit of a different case for it. Just a little bit. Yeah, but it feels solid. Where can you get the Spider Woman? This is Araxia. You can farm Araxia by doing the Isle Weaver missions in Duveri after you finish the Hex. So Warframe 99 main quest. Once you finish that, then you can farm Araxia. Does Kuva Sobek work with Araxia? Yeah, it's crazy with Araxia. Acid Shells does some really wild things with Araxia, actually. Just got back from the gym. Ooh, how's the gym?
The raid is off to a successful start. Go to extraction.
Not believe it's me today. Yeah, don't worry, Phoenix. It's like I always say, Warframe's a marathon, not a sprint. Right? You'll get there. Don't be too worried about it. Oh, Rainy didn't get a candy on. Yo, T-Gamer, how you been? What's the point in Araxia when Saren exists? I think that Araxia is much better than Saren, personally. Damage vulnerability, constant health and energy regeneration from Mercy's Kiss, guaranteed toxin procs on all of your damage. I actually greatly prefer Araxia. Cool invisibility tech, natively, high health, high damage multiplier from her 4. I would take Araxia over Saren any day of the week. Great form today would be 10-10 if you did, if you could manage to do legs, 2 small people, 2 small gym. Ah, I see, I see. Too much people, 2 small gym. Yeah, that's why, like, I always like going to a 24-hour gym when I'm back to doing the workout stuff. Because then I can just go whenever I feel like it. And I would usually, like, go at, like, midnight and work out. That was always the best. 24-hour gyms were just, like, the thing I used to love going to. Now it's war? No, it's not. It's just personal preference. I just prefer Araxia. Come back, treasurer. Yeah, the other nice thing about this is we got the Simulor here. The entropy buff is quite nice on here as well. Decided to give her privacy when the morning is set. That's fair. I always, the other thing I would always do is take a look at Google Maps. Be like, this gym is more popular today than usual. I'd be like, okay, cool, I'm not working out right now. Like, there are more people here than usual because Google Maps tracks you. And I'd just be like, yep, I'm not going right now, thank you. Everybody got all their candy. NPC, make sure to grab your candy. You're missing one. We're kind of jumping in between rooms a little bit here. Yeah, you know, not bad. But I will probably never use this weapon or its augment because that sound effect is really bothersome. Like, oh, thanks. I very much needed to know that. From 17 light years away. Araxian similar build. The Araxia build's on the channel. So we'll get you a link to that in a moment here, Eternal. The Simulor build, I will be putting out a short sometime in the next few days on it. But I'll be able to pull it up for you here in a second once I get out of here. Mania? I hate Mania. I can't melee. Nerd. So there's my Araxia build for you that you can check out at your leisure.
All share in this bounty. Hold out this
You hate nullifiers? We all hate nullifiers. Those jerks. Can you get relics for the Shade Prime at any time? Don't think so. I think the Shade is not an evergreen relic. I don't believe off the top of my head. You like nullifiers? You must be a masochist. It's okay, we don't judge. You know what? It's not bad. Not bad, not crazy, but not bad. Especially when the suck activates. Quite strong, actually. What's going on over here, Cardi? Is the Shade a part of Hildren? There's some candies over here, squad. Hey, Lev. Been a while. How you doing? Doing great? Heck yeah. Love to hear that. Came out with Hildren? Oh yeah, then Hildren's coming back next month in Resurgence. So like, or in 2 weeks or so, I think, even. So pretty quick. Yeah, you know, underrated Sentinel? Probably the Worm. I feel like a lot of people don't use the Worm, but it's got some pretty good tech with its status stuff. Yeah, I saw that, and I really hope what that means is SteamOS for PCs being publicly released. The moment that happens, I'll be switching over. Microsoft can suck it. Trying to shove too much junk into my OS, just causing problems. Although now that I've got like my PC fully properly set up, I'm probably going to be throwing Bazite onto one of my NVMEs and work from there. Levels question: does Valiant's formation work with Archon continuity, like applying toxin damage status effects on your weapons through Valiant's trigger? Activate. Oh, Lana, great question. I don't know the answer to that question, but if you remind me once we're done here, I will go and test it for you. The carrier is actually pretty solid. You know, if you're ever having ammo problems with a weapon, the carrier just kind of solves that problem for you, which is always nice. Yeah, just, Lana, the only thing that you gotta do is you do have to remind me. I have all of the ADHD. I am the collected embodiment of ADHD for the whole entire continent of North America. I will forget. So if you remind me, I'll do it. But if you don't remind me, I will forget. Ens Coma, welcome in. How you doing? You have AD 4K? True. I've got AD 17K. That's right. I even broke the convention of moving in 4Ks. I've got AD all the K. AD to 140p? Well, that's probably not bad then. You're not like hyper ADHD like me. Why am I getting serration? Oh, I guess we are in like a really low level mission here. It's like, why are we getting a serration at a 15-minute check mark in the steel path? Like, oh, we are at like Phobos, so I suppose that makes sense. AD, you have AD VGA? Yeah, see that sound effect? Yeah, it's the reason why I'll never use this weapon. So, oh no, I want to leave it as, oh, I'm gonna leave it as a secret actually. There's gonna be an Easter egg on the stream one of these days and people are gonna be like, what the hell? They're gonna be very confused when that Easter egg shows up one of these days. You want a duck Warframe? True. Hey Norse, how you doing today? You want Gorgon Prime? I like the Prisma Gorgon. Also, the Gorgon is a Kuva or is a Grineer weapon, so we won't get primes for it. But we also have a Prisma and a Wraith for it, so I feel like that's more than enough. Remember, primes are only for Tenno weapons. We need a Yoshi Warframe? True! So, like, we might, like, if anything, we would get a Kuva Gorgon. But I also think because we got the Prisma Gorgon and we got the other stuff, I feel like we don't need it. Warframe with a mount? I mean, that's what Urelli is, and people hate having to drive the K-Drive. So, while I'm on board for it, people already don't like it. A Shapeshifter Warframe? Yeah, me too. I think a Shapeshifter would be really neat. Any build tips? I don't really play the Glaives very much. it kind of just depends on how you want to be playing. Most people play for the heavy attack explosions. So you want to be building for like initial combo counter, galvanized reflex, corrupted charge, killing blow for heavy attack damage, stuff like that. Yeah, a lot of people don't like Merlorina. Also, Viking frame when we have a literal shield maiden. And a berserker, both of which are from Viking history and lore. Those are the shield maidens. Shield maidens are from Vikings. Hello? Anyone? Why do I keep just going back and forth in this hallway? Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me. Once upon the community, Twitch sub, Twitch, about West Side, say bye. Eldrin can step on you. She's not real. She can't. Rainy, how did you die as an Oberon? Did you die because you were typing in chat, Rainy? Shake my head, shake my head. How do you die as a Revenant? You meet a Nullifier. And you're not paying attention. Actually, I don't even remember if Nullifiers remove Mesmer skin. Alright, head to extract, nerds. We're out of here. Sure. What was your question, Athro? Wondering how to build them? Type !7 God. You'll see how I build them. Labosh. Hiya. Pew, pew, pew. You have 162 endo left. Oh no. The great endo reduction. GG. Do love Harrow. I am a Harrow big old fan. Okay, so you were asking, what was your question about Lavos with the Valence formation? You were asking about toxin applying corrosive from continuity, I believe is what you were asking there. No. The answer to your question? No. Hey, Affy, how you doing? Remove that. We put that there. And we swap those two. No, we don't. How do we do this? Gas magnetic. Wait, hold on. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to get blast corrosive. Viral heat. Hold on. It goes from bottom up. Corrosive. What? Oh. There we go. Do 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 do. Yeah, so this is that, and then this is that. There you go. There we go. There we go. All right, you're done. Valhalla. Damage to Grenier, heat, crit chance, minus crit chance on slide attack. Certainly not bad, yeah. It's very much not a crit weapon in any way, shape, or form, though, so that's unfortunate. So I would say that this is not actually a good Riven, because it's got a 5% crit chance. So you're not getting a whole lot of crits out of it. Definitely a keep roll. Keep on rolling. Yeah, let's use the Brad. F it. Yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah. Toxic Snotter. The one, the only, the Toxic Snotter. Do we got anything weird here? I think so. Okay. Okay, who wants to join me? Steel Path, Murmur Survival, Omnia. Who would like to join? Norse. Anybody else? Omnia Survival. Got room. Oh, you know what? I didn't check my circuit this week. Yes done. Yes done. Yes done. Oh, we need to do a Paris. Oh, okay. We'll need to do one run sometime this week. Gunson Prime? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we got room for one more. Two more. For Omnia Survival. Steel Path. Lucas, what's your in-game name? Cardi, you're on deck. Equilibrium for infinite energy sustain? Yup, it's one of the best stats, one of the best ways to play it. Okay, Cardi, you're not online. Anybody else want to join us? Steel Path, Omnia, you are now? Okay. We got room for one. Okay. NPC, it's you. I wouldn't use pressure point here because you got condition overload already, so I wouldn't do both. I would just do condition overload considering how much statuses you have on here. You also have it spec'd out for influence, so get influence on there. Blood rush instead of this, I would say, or weeping wounds. But seems like you want to be playing with crit, so I'd say blood rush instead of pressure point. Let's go. There we go. Summoner build for Raxia, Master Summons. Yeah, I tried Master Summons on Raxia. I wasn't that impressed. I preferred just leaning into the I preferred leaning into the Theorem Infection stuff for Araxia. Theorem Infection with your companion, with your kit gun. I found that worked a lot better. Yeah, not a great room, but we'll start here for the moment, I suppose. Let's see if we can find something a little bit better. Not the biggest fan of this room, personally. That's just a dead end. Literally. And that's a dead end, too. Cool. Double dead ends down here, right? Alright. How many hours do I have in Warframe? On my PC account, something like 5,000 hours. On my PS4 account, I had relatively the same before I merged. Yeah, this is a good room here. Hi, Techno. How you doing? Good to see you. You just fell through the floor. How am I doing? Pretty dang good today. What you up to? Valhalla, come join us over in this room, bud. Just working? Oh no, I'm sorry. Well, hopefully it's a good work day today, at least. Hopefully next 4 hours? Well, that's not too bad then. Oh, yes. The pew. What's the weirdest glitch I've seen or made? Oh, geez, I can't remember. Over the years, I've seen so many odd ones. There's candy in that hall there, squad. I think probably the weirdest glitch I've ever done was for a period of time, if you mind controlled a Kuva or any adversary with Nyx, it would immediately despawn them and force them to level up. I was just like, huh. Well, that's not what I was expecting. At all. Yeah, I did that to yours by accident. I was like, hey, I wonder what this does. And then just caused the Lich to immediately level up and despawn. I'm like, oh. Well, that's certainly not what I was expecting, but okay. Ah! Oh? Oh. It was kind of funny. We're just like, oh. Well, that's not supposed to work like that. Huh. Yeah, see, this is why, like, with the Bratton, I don't think that the multi-shot one is the multi-shot negative, or the multi-shot evolution is bad, because it just goes really hard. Like, you gotta do a lot of shifting in between forms, though, because it does eat up your incarnate form a little bit faster. So you gotta be, like, shifting your forms around. Got your first incarnate. Cool. What incarnate is it? Oh, I definitely don't have footage of glitches like that. The Bratton? I love the Bratton incarnate. It's good fun. Why, I'm using it right now, in fact. Yeah, we'll take that. Time to go back to work. No worries, Techno. Catch you later. Never heard of Incarnin? Incarnins are a special thing that you can, like, think of it as like a extra mod for a weapon. That essentially gives it an alternate fire that does something different and unique. So for the Bratton, it makes it cause, like, explosions. It's got a small AoE on the Bratton's damage. And different Incarnins have different functions. So some Incarnins will be, you know, cause a weapon to have increased multi-shot. Some weapons get AoE. Some weapons get fully new fire modes, like become chain beams. And essentially just, like, levels up stuff. If you're looking for pricing ribbons, I would check Warframe.market and compare your stats of your ribbons to what's available on Warframe.market. That's usually the most reliable way to check prices. I also don't do any trading or selling of ribbons, so I have no concept of what people charge for ribbons. Because I don't really care for ribbons, they just exist. I'm like that type of person who thinks that, like, ribbons are nice to have, but I think people put way too much stock in ribbons. Like, just in general, the player base cares about them more than I think that they should. Still a ribbon for a weapon that I want? Nah, not really. I don't really care for them. No, they're nice to have, but I just don't think that they're all that important. The only thing I would really want to have a ribbon for is the Nautilus. Burson or Bratton for DPS? Burson typically is higher damage. Tried Breed Surge with Nova? Oh yeah, it's wildly good with Nova. Nova with all the damage instances just does some really crazy stuff. Yeah, the Bratton Incarnate, or the Burson Incarnate, is considered by many to be the highest damage Incarnate in the game. Alright, everybody, I gotta run a quick ad break here. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to a Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Late Turn Incarnate's got some pretty insane damage. Oh yeah, it's great damage. I just know a lot of people who think that are of the opinion that the Burst Incarnate is the highest damage Incarnate in the game. Which I'm inclined to agree with. Bang, bang, bang. Vassal Burr. Yeah, the Vassal's good for single target damage. It's a fantastic single target weapon. Anonymous, I'm doing well, thanks. How are you today? What you up to? When it comes to like ribbon stuff, I always look at it like Tony Stark in with Spider-Man. If you were nothing without the suit, then you're nothing with it, right? If the weapon was nothing without the ribbon, then the weapon is nothing with it. Wanted to eat something to play a little bit of Warframe? Heck yeah! Got into the back of the game a few days ago with a fresh account. Ooh, nice. How are you enjoying your time in Warframe so far? Is Torrid one of those weapons? No, the Torrid's good without a ribbon. But, like, you know, it's Torrid. Bleh. Bow, bow, bow. You missed it? What can you say? It's good to be back. Yeah, Warframe's like in a really solid spot right now. I would say that it's in the best spot that it's ever been, and it's kind of been that way for the past year, like couple of years. Although I do think I would like to see more difficulty in the game, personally, but, like, these damage attenuation changes I'm not a big fan of. It's just turned what are supposed to be hard mobs into just yet another speed bump. So I'd like to see them continue to work on damage attenuation a little bit. Need a ribbon for the burst in, some weapons to hit red crit? Yeah, but you don't even need to hit red crits, right? It's like red crits are nice to have, they're not necessary. The only time where ribbon's actually, like, in my opinion, very useful is the Verglass, but that's for the tech with Tenacious Bond. So it's not really all that necessary. And there's ways without ribbons to get to that increased crits, the red crit range on weapons, Avenger, Harrow, Sevagoth, Styanax. There's a lot of different ways to get crit chance on stuff now. So you don't even need ribbons necessarily if you're using the right, you know, if you're using a good Warframe combination with it. Oh, Bratton. Silly gun. The overcorrected on damage attenuation, but it was almost expected since they're still taking feedback on it, not worried in the long term. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's D. They have their envision for that. Right? They have their vision of what it would like to be. Just because I disagree with one aspect doesn't mean that I'm, you know, I don't enjoy Warframe. I would just wish that there would be a little bit more difficulty baseline. Why do the drop rates for farming frames suck? Generally speaking, depending on what frame it is, they, if you take a look at like the drop rates, average drop rates and average stuff there, you end up looking at usually an hour and a half per farm for frames. Some frames, just because of RNG, are a little bit rougher. But you know, hey Smarticles. And realize you circled the wrong answer. Rip. Rip. And you're only getting the chassis? Yeah, RNG sometimes is a little bit of a jerk. You're not wrong. Yes, very much too far. Smarty, please. Thank you, douche. Yes. You have to remember, we do have to operate under terms of service. I mean, just like, I'd be perfectly happy with just having the enemies start at a higher level, right? Give us like a titanium path or a platinum path, make it a little bit more difficult. You're sorry, it's all good. Trust me, if you were in trouble, you wouldn't be able to say that you're sorry. Yeah, like a steel path plus. Like, if we had an option to set enemy levels as we go in, I'd be doing level cap all the time, but I don't have an hour and a half to sit around waiting to get to level cap. I'm too ADHD for that. I ain't got the time for that. Pew! Pew! Tungsten path? Let's do it. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Do I know of those? Yeah, I know of their existence. Is it any good to try it? Yes. Before going to the Steel Path, I always recommend people to spend some time in arbitrations. It has some of the most important mods in the game for both damage output as well as for survivability. Steel Path is unlocked once you finished every single star chart node before the new war. So every single star chart node that isn't in Sanctum Adonomica, Hulvania, or the Zarman. If you go to Teshin in any relay, he will tell you what you need to complete in order to still do arbitrations. Or, not arbitrations, sorry, Steel Path. It's essentially New Game Plus, is the easiest way to explain it. How do I manage to play this game for thousands of hours? I change what weapon and what Warframe I'm using every single mission. Getting stuck playing a single frame, single weapon, single playstyle is a surefire way to get yourself burned out. So, I always recommend people, variety is the spice of life in Warframe. Change up what weapons you're using, change up how you're playing, change up your frames that you're playing, etc., etc. It's the best way to keep things fresh, in my opinion. We've got 62 Warframes, soon to be 63, hundreds of weapons. Just, you know, change it up. Don't play the same thing every day. Don't play the same thing every mission. Hey Quasar, how you doing? Fair, says the random Inneros main. I think you might be a person I'm trying to talk to. You feel targeted? I mean, you targeted yourself with that one. And when that's stimulating, just take a break. Yeah, precisely. There's very little to no FOMO in Warframe. There's no reason for you to burn yourself out on it, right? You're joking? I'm not. I'm targeting you. Minecraft again tomorrow? No, we'll be doing more Warframe tomorrow. We're going to be playing Soulframe all weekend. Friday and Saturday, so we'll be playing more Warframe tomorrow. All right, head towards extract, peeps. We're out here at 20. Whee! Hans game? No, we're still playing Warframe tomorrow because we're playing Soulframe all day. All Friday and Saturday. Why aren't I just removing your armor? Most of them don't do what you want? Well, what are you wanting to do with your Warframe? I can give you some recommendations of frames to check out. Your luck sucks? Then I would say take a break from it. Stop, you know, don't bang your head against the wall. Take a little bit of a break. Come back to it later. That's my biggest recommendation. Don't get yourself stressed about trying to grab something. Just chillax. Okay, I gotta open up the window, and I gotta go get some water.
A well-oiled machine is truly a thing of beauty.
Good nuke, good mobility, good survivability. I would definitely recommend Neja. Good mobility, good nuke, good survivability, all of those things. Noko as well, highly recommended. Noko, Neja, Araxia if you're looking for more of a weapon platform style.
And all the stars were in the wrong places. That's how far apart in time.
Tasty. Tasty. Alrighty. Where are we at? Where are we at? What's going on, chat? Neja guy recommends Neja? I know, right? It's crazy. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to a Sherbo, otherwise it's tight. See you in a second. Dova, I do have a Titania build. I just haven't updated my commands yet. Here you go, Dova. This is my melee Titania. It's kind of funny. I like it. All right. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I mean, to be fair, with melee influence, Excalibur is kind of a nuke frame. Can confirm. Shield for Zenos? We love Shield for Zenos. Hind. I haven't messed around with a Hind in a while. But also, new core shenanigans. Set your Fulman Prime? Yeah, let's take a peek. Oh, this is your Gunson. No, no. So IPS, I just generally would recommend not using IPS mods. There's some fun tech with this if you run, what's it called? Shattering Impact? What's it friggin' called? Internal Bleeding. Because the shotgun mode of this has a guaranteed impact proc, so you could get, you know, a pretty high likelihood of a slash chance on here. So you could go with that instead of this. It is multi-gun co as well on top of that, which is quite nice. So you got Blast Corrosive here. So yeah, I would say probably not this one here. Either fire rate so that you can shoot more, or the other one. I would also say, like, leaning into the crit status hybrid of it is also probably not a bad choice. So you could replace an element on here, like go Blast Electric instead of Blast Corrosive. In fact, you could just remove this Electric and still get Corrosive, and then you could do crit chance, crit damage here. Adricus. How you doing, Lookman? Something. Just that survival again, eh? Just that survival again. All right, who wants to join me? Who would like to join? Mad at you for not loading in solo, as he himself did not load in solo. I don't know, that's weird. People are weird sometimes, what can I say? Alright, who wants to join me? Omnia, Steel Path, Fissure. Got room for two. Everybody and anybody's welcome to join as usual. Got room for two. For Omnia Fissure. Any takers? Otherwise, Voyager and I will just go mess around together. Oh, I also kind of need to do my Steel Path, I need one more Paris for my Paris shenanigans. Dova? Absolutely. Oh, Dawn's on. Hope Dawn's doing okay. Haven't seen Dawn around in a while. Dova, light. Dova, you're not online. Let me know when you're on. Hey, Screaming Cat, how you doing today? I would go into the crit chance, crit damage instead, Norse. Like I said. Dova, let me know when you're on. Screaming Cat. You're not? Do you want to send me a private message then, Dova? We got room for one. Just woke up. Nice. For a Omnia Murmur Relic. Room for one. Yeah, there you are. Weird. Screaming Cat? Yeah, what's your in-game name again? Come on down. It's not Shattering Impact, sorry. It's a rifle mod here. Internal Bleeding was the one that I was talking about.
There's a whole world beyond
Unban your account? Nope. The only way to get unban account is to shoot support a message through the support chat. Nobody here can help you. Bam, 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 bam.
Your weapons make music, and the enemy calls for a song.
Whitefishers, you need them to open a relic, but are you confident?
That way. No, that wasn't very high.
A fisher.
Whee! Nucor! Whee! Wow, no damage was taken? Sheesh. Literally immune to damage. Oh, there we go. We took damage the last minute, apparently.
You are going to need more reactant if you want to open that relic.
Where's the enemies? Why is it like every time Voyage? I think you're cursed here. It's specifically always when you're hanging out and we do these, it just like borks. Why are they only spawning from down this hallway? What is going on? Weird. Just seeing if there's any useful rooms down either of these here. Oh, nothing near it. All right. No worries. Don't worry about it, Iron. It's all good. Yeah, let's see if we can find ourselves a better, room here. Nope, that's not a room. No, nothing here. Weird. Sentry build, perfect. Take a look at it when I'm done here.
Like you could use a bit of life support.
Okay, squad, I know we don't necessarily like this room, but it seems like the enemies want us to be in this room over here. So let's hang out in this room, shall we? Oh, Nucor. And watch them now not spawn at all. Yo, Luca. Yeah, we're getting some real weird AF spawning again in here. Kuma Prime. How's it going? Yeah, enemy pathing's always been a little bit weird. Why is this guy just not dying? Prefer fantasy or sci-fi? Tend to gravitate. Yeah, I mean, I prefer, generally speaking, I prefer sci-fi. It kind of just depends. Games, I prefer sci-fi, but I also really like, I really like, sort of like fantasy-styled MMOs, and like, I love Soulframe. I would say I gravitate more towards, sci-fi. Haro thing, yeah, Haro's third ability, you channel it, and you can see how much energy per kill. So you can just keep channeling it for however long you feel like. However much energy I got. Yeah, but it gets even better. You'll see why in a moment here. Works on your secondaries that don't have cascaded flare? Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird coding on that thing for some reason. So the other aspect to it is, as you can see, I'm gonna get a couple thousand energy, or maybe 1,000 energy per kill here. But, the real interesting thing of it... Oh, you just turned it off, Violence, the moment that I started doing it? You jerk. The other thing is that it gives you 4 times energy when you get a headshot. So you'll see the energy bar there pop up. It's 100 per, underneath my, photo there, 100 energy per kill. On headshots, it's 4 times. So I would actually get... You know, there I just got 467 energy. So, is real good. He's a fantastic frame. Highly recommended. If you like weapon platforming, if you like gun platforming, he is kinda good stuff. Pick up these life supports in here. Excuse me, nerds. Coming through. Yeah, we also got a Titania, 2 Mesas, and a Harrow. But it'll absolutely shred your computer. Honestly, Luca, Warframe's really well optimized. There's like 2 areas in the game that are not very well optimized. This is one of them. And the other being Holvania. But the game can run on phones. So like... Your computer probably will run it fine, realistically speaking. I mean, do we just hang out in this hall here? Let's just try hanging out in here. Yeah, it can run on potatoes. It can run on Apple phones, yeah, and they're getting it on Androids as well. Yeah, no, this game is very lightweight. Obviously, you got to reduce your, you know, your stuff, like your graphics, to make it work on a lower spec PC. But no, you can run this thing on a potato almost. 20-year-old engine. I don't know if this is the one that I don't know if it's the same engine that they ran Dark Sector off of. Yep, Warframe is available on all consoles. Android is going to be open beta hopefully sometime in November. And it's currently on iPhone. Do you still play Dark Sector? Yeah. It's on Steam, in fact. Yeah, you just can't. I don't think it works on PS3 these days. PS4 and up. I would highly recommend it. It's a very fun game. You know, I do it for a living, for a reason. Well, it's also important to remember is that because it's an in-house engine, DE can tweak it, optimize it. They can make changes as necessary to their own engine in order to make sure everything works properly. Right? They're not like stuck to the whims of, you know, for not calling out specifically, but like Unreal, right? They're not at the whims of any other company for the engine. So they can just do whatever the heck they want with it. Back to Larky, finishing this essay, almost done. Heck yeah! Heck yeah! Alright, well, enemy spawns in the Sanctum are just being goofy again. Annoyingly. Hovania, yeah, Hovania specifically has issues. No, I don't care about Riven's Pizza, but thank you for the offer. Rivens are just something that I do not care for one bit. They're nice to have, but I don't really care one way or another. Do I have the Haikyuu? Does the Haikyuu have a Prime? To my recollection, yes. Yeah, Hovania, the Warframe 99, is a little bit rough. Like, I've got a 9900 X3D and a 9070 XT, and it hurts a little bit sometimes there. My opinion on the new frame coming in December, I don't have one because the frame hasn't been fully explained yet. Right? I'm someone who reserves my opinion until we have all the information. We only know one ability and one aspect of the frame so far. It's got 3 minions and we've seen only one ability. So after the 28th, when the next dev stream is, I'll have a much better idea. Needless to say, as the guy who loves minion builds, I'm very excited for more minion frames, but you know, we have no idea what it's going to be like, how he'll function with his minions and stuff. So I don't really have an opinion until I can form a full opinion. But I'm excited to see what kind of cool tech we can get out of them. Weird enemy spawns today in the Sanctum as per usual. Yeah, there's a reason why I call them minion frames for, you know, obvious reasons. So there's not any confusion with that. Yep. Hero gives a bajillion fire rate through his second ability. There's some reacts in this room here, squad. Kind of having to live in between a few of these rooms here because of enemy spawning. It's a fire rate for Harrow? Yes, I'm out. Exactly. All right, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to a share about. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Hit me! Thank you. Yep, Soma goes wild on him. Basically, any weapon in the game that likes to have more fire rate goes incredibly well on him. And anything that's a crit inclined weapon because of his fourth ability. Giving you flat critical chance multiplier, flat critical chance percentage. 200% on headshots, 50% on body shots. Makes him one of the best weapon platform frames in the game. Hit me! Hit me! Thank you. Gorgon Wraith? Yep. I prefer the Prisma Gorgon. It's more crit inclined than the Gorgon Wraith, which is significantly more status inclined. But I do love the Gorgon on him. It's one of my favorite weapons of all time for a reason. Yeah, we're just gonna have to play around these rooms and be like a little bit hallway hero-y this match. It's a little bit annoying, but what can we do? Find a damage lacking? Nah. If you build the Prisma Gorgon out well enough, because of its very high crit chance, and also with the Incarnate, it can hit like a truck. I love that thing. Oh, the new core, I mean, the new core is just a classic. Everybody loves the new core. Still can't believe it's in, like, well, actually, that's not true. I definitely can't believe, but it's hilarious that it's still one of the most used weapons in the game after all these years. Hey, Cheeseface, how you doing today? Stream's been going well. Just a nice, relaxing day. Just chillaxing. About to do some firemen? Heck yeah! Very nice. Ooh. We love gold! She shakes and when you read, I cannot. Advanced GG. Tasty. Hey, Willis, how you doing today? Welcome back. Oh? Hit me! Hit me! You pricks. Can't even hit a standing target. Any tips how to handle it? Oh, it's just the, my Araxia hybrid build is the exact same as my my minion build. Minus, What's it called? Theorem infection. And just putting on, minus theorem infection, putting on, bellicose or molt augmented. It's literally the exact same build, that's why I didn't make two different ones. Yeah, I'm more than happy to. Don't buy Orc cells from Akrethus. Just farm them. Why does Akrethus sell Orc cells? Hit me! I'm right here. Hit me! Thank you. It's Reminder Squad. We're heading out at 15 here. Or 20 here. Buy neural sensors from her instead. Also, why does she sell neural sensors? Thanks for teaching you about Noko. Noko's incredible. I've been having so much fun with Noko. Could you please leave? Thank you. Naki EU, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Whee! Coconut core. Why did I bounce there? That's weird. You always thought your second ability stacks after not using it? No, it only gives you up to 200, only gives you one strength buff, but the energy buff, the energy regeneration does activate multiple times. But the strength buff itself is only, one only. Imagine getting 600 strength from 2 Bright Bonnets. Sheesh! That'd be hilarious. Man. Randomly bugged and hauled the resources for a couple of days? Oh, I wouldn't have done that. But I guess if you're in need of neural sensors, I get it. Sometimes you just need to do it. I have, inside of the build there, I've got 6 different Noko builds, in that video. Generally speaking, Noko wants high range, high strength. You don't need a ton of duration. A little bit of duration, though, is nice. And you also want to be running Archon continuity because you're dealing a bunch of toxins, so... with, Spore Spring. Farmed way too much Navaria for whatever reason last year, so like you got enough resources. Yeah, I mean if you got like, you know, I farmed a ton of that guy was healing himself, that's why he didn't die very fast, in case you were wondering. When the Operation 8 Claw came out, I farmed a ton of Duveria resources. The Pathos Clamps. Sweet, delicious Pathos Clamps. I don't know, I kind of like Darvo being just a used car salesman ripping you off. It's kind of a funny meme. GG squad. Do I want to do the circuit? I mean, I do need the Paris. It's only level 5. Do I really want to do the circuit? Yeah, we'll see what we have after. What our options are here. GG! Easy wait. All right, let's go. Everybody in the Uber. We're out of here.
Conquer yourself.
Yeah, I'm looking at this Steam new release. Why do they give you personal platinum instead of regular platinum? So that you can't make free accounts continuously to give platinum to other people. It's pretty basic, actually. Because otherwise you could just continuously make new accounts over and over and over and over again, and then just trade stuff to yourself or trade stuff to other people. Steam Deck lets you play on the go. Better yet, it's planning to release in both early 2026. Steam Machine works like a console, but technically it's a compact PC running Steam OS. The box device features a customizable front plate, LED strip with a USB-A port, micro SD slot, display point, ether points in the back. Steam Machine powered with semi-custom AMD Zen 5 CPU and a custom AMD RDNA GPU with. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, the only thing I have major questions are with the Steam OS, the Steam box, is are we gonna get Steam OS on cons or on PCs? Finally. Burstin! What do we got? Okay, so you're going in a bit of an odd direction here. I would probably say Shred instead of Vigilante Armaments, or the Truth mod, Prime Shred, or the Truth mod that's for the Burstin instead of Vigilante Armaments. Obviously, get your Galvanized Scope maxed out if you want to go into the crit side of things. The other thing I would say is Galvanized Shot goes really well here. Galvanized Aptitude goes quite well on here. So maybe it's that instead of that. And then Deadhead for your Arcane. Octavia Prime. High duration, high range, decent strength. Molt Augmented, get that maxed out. I probably wouldn't use Arcane Rise. If you're looking, depending on what kind of weapon you're using, use respective Arcane towards that. The other thing I would recommend is maybe instead of Augur Message, running Rolling Guard on here for your survivability. Yes, you're invisible, which is essentially invincibility, but having Rolling Guard just for the emergencies is quite nice to have. You could also get a little bit of shield gating on here, going Brief Respite, or run some Augur mods on your secondary. Sun and Moon. I wouldn't run both of these, run one or the other. I also wouldn't run Reach on here. It's got some of the lowest follow through in the game. So I probably wouldn't be running Reach on here personally. Also Blood Rush, I would say, if you want to be going into the crit side of things, you'd want to be getting Blood Rush on here. Like, I would replace this with Blood Rush, or Galvanized Steel, or regular Steel. And so you got, like, some areas where you can make some improvements on the build, certainly. Just depends on where you want to go. But you got so much crit chance, so much crit damage on here, you definitely would want to be leaning more into the crit side of things. Blood Rush, Galvanized Steel. You could go even Weeping Wounds on here if you want to lean more into those statuses. Do I have a Varuna mecha set? Nah, I don't. I've never really played Varuna all that much. Rip Tech, welcome in. How you doing? That's the exact same build. Yeah, it's the exact same build. Don't like using Roller Guard because you use rolls as movement and accidentally proc it. Yeah, it just takes a little bit of more conscious gameplay. Right? Ooh, that's not bad. Melee damage, critical damage, status duration. Status duration is not super necessary, but it's not bad. The ANQ does actually have a very high slash on its Incarnon slide attack. Does some really bonkers slash damage, so status duration is not terrible for that. Although it's not super necessary. Melee damage is nice because then this just replaces like a Serration or a Condition Overload, and then also gives you critical damage on top of it. On the NQ, you'd probably be looking for, like, if you wanted to roll more, crit damage, crit chance, status chance, puncture even, weirdly enough. Or minus one of the other IPS. Because the NQ is such weighted towards puncture damage that you can go into melee Doty for some funny crit damage shenanigans. It's really fun, actually. How should you build Volt? Kind of depends on how you want to play Volt. Just totally depends on how you want to play him. Volt can be good caster, good weapon platform, good hybrid between the two. Just kind of depends on how you want to play. The only thing I would say here is I probably wouldn't be running Enervate on here, right? This is your crit chance. So I would probably remove Enervate for something else. Otherwise, I think the rest of your build looks fine here. I'd probably run something other than that. Check the other messages. Mostly Mesa for Cascade Flare for pistols and and Viral from Nourish. Yeah, but I'm more saying that like this crit chance isn't super necessary. You can go like secondary fortifier instead. Right? This is your crit chance. So I'm not a big believer of Enervate on the Aki core personally. But it's not that it's bad. Strength and duration? Yep, that's typically how you want to build Volt. Typically. Right? You got, this is like a caster Volt style, very high strength, good range, discharge and terrify, so you armor strip everybody. They get, electrocuted by capacitance, gives you back shield generation, so on and so forth. This is how I like to play caster Volt. And then if you're looking to do like a melee Volt, you just want to go more strength, more duration, you don't need to care about your range. High range Volt for when you're playing with a Titania. Oh, leave the poor Titanias alone. They didn't do anything to you. This is the funny cat build. Go, kitties, go! Meow! Meow. Heat to electric, go conjunction voltage on the Aki core. True, yeah. More reload speed, more multi-shots, never bad. Dante? Yeah, you're going in the right direction. Yep. Smaller Yeet, welcome in, how you doing? Certainly going the right direction, high strength, high duration, decent range values. Depending on what you're doing with your Noctua, if you are doing anything with Noctua, it's up to you. I probably wouldn't run Truculence on here, though. I find that it doesn't activate very much off of Final Verse, off of Triumph. For some reason, it just doesn't really activate all that much, weirdly. So I probably wouldn't run Truculence on here. I'd probably go more strength, so Molt Augmented. Depends on how you're playing them. If you're playing heavy caster, Equilibrium is really nice. Right? Gauss assume they're off their 2 in ETA. I know a lot of players who would play without that, depending on their Gauss build. Actually. I know a lot of people who do that. But yeah, if you're doing a heavy caster build, then Equilibrium makes sense. You died instantly and left? Yeah, that sometimes happens. Fast deflection at Aegis works better because kinetic plating drains Bandery. Yeah, exactly. But I've seen people play it without the 2 quite often, actually. It's not as rare as you may think it is. Oh, there's something I need to check in the dojo. Like Gauss with Roar on his 2 and his Augment 3? Yep, a lot of people do that. Usually people would subsume over as 1. I need to go to the chem lab. That's why. Contribute all. There we go. I knew that we got the rank for the Ignis. The cyan pigment's gonna be the death of me. I really should not have chosen this one as the first one for the colors. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a bit. Boop. If I remember correctly, it's like for the cyan one, it's something really weird. It's like frig, what is it? Something really weird. It's the boss on Europa. Oh yeah, speaking of circuit, let's see what I got on my steel path circuit here. What do we got options here? Titania, Excalibur, Citrine, Sobek, Detron, Hysterix. I just don't feel like doing the circuit right now. And there's no good relics right now. Why is there no good relics? What the heck?
You have loyalty issues.
You don't pay attention.
Gilded Truth for 40 platinum? I don't know. Check Warframe.market for any pricing concerns or questions. Do I want to do this? Could just do Umbra. It'd be quick and easy. Okay, everybody want to join me for Steel Path Circuit? We're only going to 5. Because I only need the Paris. Aerithal, Norse, Blue. Blue, Valhalla. Aerithal, what's your in-game name? To say I don't like you, the day I find you. Yeah, just send it over. I'll take a look at it before we go into this mission. My in-game name's right there. Left, right, left. Yeah, in order to do the Steel Path Circuit, you have to do, the Lone Story on the Steel Path first. Looking for say to say I don't like you. Time to take like you. You say try it out again, try it out again. Do people do the Lone Story anymore? Now that you can get Pathless Clamps through Isleweaver? I mean, I know some people that still do it. Okay, I'll take a look at your Volt build when we're done doing our circuit. Squad, we're only going to 5 here. We're not going anything higher than 5. Who drops from Lephantis? Necros. I don't have anything over here, Lucas. What Umbra build is this here? Is this the Umbra build I want to be using? Yes. Oh. He's my bitch. She's my bitch. It's on Detron because it's got dexterity on it. Okay, come stand by me when you're ready, squad. No. Sure, free efficiency. Okay, let's go. Yeah, use Warframe.market. Don't use trade chat. Trade chat's a scam. Defense right off the bat. Let's see if we can find our candies here. Oh, there's one candy. Campus there. So you just open a private message to me using the instructions here. Then you, inside of your arsenal, in your upgrade menu, you click link in the top right-hand corner. There's a link config in chat. And then you just click that button and it sends it over to me. Where's the rest of our candies? Oh. Candies? What the frig? Where the hell are our candies? There's one.
Already a new onslaught begins.
Oh, there's the other. There you are. Melee attacks hit twice. Yes, there has to be a space in between my name and the W. Where is my energy today? Baddies. Chop, 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 chop. Oh, it's a little drone. Like, what the heck? Where's the baddies? Yep, I got a message here. I'm guessing... Is that you? Yeah! Free damage reduction. Don't mind if I do. What?
Repair the damage to keep them at bay. The spheres you see are ambient void energy. Gather as much as you can Use it to heal the damage.
1, 2, 3. Where the hell are my screaming rocks? Bow, bow, bow. There's one. And there's the last. Yeah, free crit chance? What might have I do? Don't be racist. Paris Incarnate? Oh yeah, that's good. What does Gilded Truth do? It gives you fire rate. And then also activates the Truth mod. The Truth effect.
Close the ruptures as you would staunch the wounds of a combat.
I got balls. Oops, that's roof. Why does it feel like I'm moving so slowly? Get out of here, nerd. Hiya! Yeah, that's why I always call people nerds. Because it's very ironic considering I play video games for a living.
The Void Angels are unrelenting. You are all that is keeping them at bay. Hold fast.
Man, I don't know why I am just so low energy lately. Steel Trainer Incarnate from the top rope. Boo!
The smallest breach in the wall. I'm a gaping wound.
Lose armor, but gain damage. But it's increasing the damage of my shots. But critical hits dealing more cold, considering I got Wrathful Advance shenanigans.
Most oppressive.
I'm all about that. Armor grants power strike. Sure. Don't mind if I do. Valhalla will res you. You don't need to worry about resing yourself. We'll just res you. It's all good. Yeah. Purging Slash with Hildren? Why? Why would I do that? That sounds awful. For the funny? I'll debate it. 77% crit chance? Depends on Warframe buffs and other side things. Yeah, it's possible. If you have, for instance, a Harrow, you can hit that. Not 3, but if you got like a melee attack with Kulubo's Wrathful Advance, that's certainly another way to do it. Because Kulubo is a flat damage increase, so you don't necessarily care about crit on the melee weapon. So as long as you are utilizing Warframe buffs, it's technically possible. But with no other factors inside of there. With Gauss Prime, purely dependent on your loadout and whatnot, right? Gauss himself doesn't give you any form of crit stuff, to my knowledge. But there's other tech there that allows you to do it as well. Just type exclamation point, Umbra, no space, or Excalibur, no space. Then if he was in a squad with a Harrow, or squad with a Sebagoth, or a squad with a Citrine with her 4th augment, then it's technically possible. Just like this, Lucas. I did say Umbra there, that was my misspeak there. What was my starter? Way back in the day, it was Excalibur. Way back. Back in my day. Excalibur. And but yeah, without any Warframe buffs, you should not be able to red crit. I mean, we already have a sun and air frame. Wisp literally channels the power of the sun. Zephyr is literally a bird dealing with air stuff. So we already got both of those. Now, what I want is an avatar frame. Give us Aang. Give us Korra. Sign me up. Labos doesn't count. That's not real. No. You said it was no buffs? I can't think of a way how he would be able to get triple red crits with 75% attack speed without some form of buff. Not saying they're a liar, just saying I can't think of anything. Could be other things that we don't know about. Could be... Oh, casting boosts movement speed. I was saying that I was feeling a little slow. Yeah, it could be like, you know, if you're solo alone with 75% attack speed or 75% crit chance. Why did I do a slam in the middle of the air like that? No. Yeah, we could go more crits. Could go more armor. Let's go more. This is more power strength because of Wrathful Advance. No, I mean, he also, if he has Blood Rush on there, he'd be able to get some more crits out of it. So, you know, Blood Rush, maybe he had Wrathful Advance. I don't think Blood Rush could get you to that level of crits either, but because 35% baseline Broken War, I believe. So then that brings you to what, 35 times 4.4 plus 77. So there's technically ways to do it. Also, if they're using gladiator mods, possibly. Okay, air on a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you're kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. I don't know how much of a vibe Excalibur is. Beanbowl Brando, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Appreciate the heck out of you. Just refresh your stream if you subbed.
Do not expect me to tell you when to stop. Judge for yourself.
Yeah, I don't like that idea. I don't like that idea. I don't like that idea. I also don't like that idea. Sure, more armor.
Is a mere envoy. Destroy it. The body is well armored.
Or it was also a very good opportunity for one of you to, you know, type that out. To help out the friendo.
When an opening presents itself. Evade. You can attack later. Now, strike while it's down.
I'm just stuck on something. Yeah, Beanpole Brando, if you ever do that in the future, you just need to refresh your stream. And it will count your subs, then you don't get ads. We're missing one of our Screaming Rocks. I mean, to be fair, as Dalen said, they were in an ad, so they may not have been able to actually hear me say that. What the heck is our other Screaming Rock?
Change your focus.
What the hell is it? Okay, I feel like I'm losing my mind. Not down here. Yeah, there it is. Sure, free overguard, why not? Mandabadoo! You're an out douche? Okay. You have yourself a good night. We'll catch you next time. Thanks for hanging out today.
Skill has triumphed over mere machine. You have done well. I advise you not to be content with merely doing that.
Ooh. Pretty critical damage. Might have a do.
Understands how to combine the elements coursing
Yeah.
through their
It's one Screaming Rock.
prove yourself.
Tasty rocks.
And the amphors it needs to
Rocks are
create
tasty.
a complex
Ooh, another
elemental
Screaming Rock.
force.
Ooh, tasty. do we have? Oh, and there's the third Screamy Rock. Delicious.
Enemies hoard the amphors.
I have no idea, Dalen. If they've changed that or not, I've got absolutely no clue. There we go. No. Health orbs generate energy. Or armor, and also energy. More health orbs. More good. The reason why your damage is so low is because I'm overkilling everything. Right? I'm dealing like 50 million damage per hit. The enemies, it still tracks that damage even though the enemies don't have 50 million health. It tracks the overkill damage. Also, if you aren't using it, please use speed for this. I don't know if you are or aren't. You are. Very good. Never mind. Servers borked and kicked everyone out at the end? I can't help you. I have no idea. But that is definitely unfortunate. I actually don't think I have any mods in my Sampo days. Nice being no Suiki. Well, I mean, it's called hard mode for a reason, right? It's supposed to be a challenge.
Is inexhaustible. Secrets lie buried deep within the undercroft.
Find all the candies before starting the mission.
To extract them, you must protect the excavators and keep them powered.
Just hold over here. There we go. Satisfact Steel double. Whee! Now this would be a good opportunity to use Slova. Because of the old excavators getting melted. How dare I suggest lowering your KPM? You're right. We should sit here for 15 minutes instead. You're right. Silly me. Oh, Excalibur. Don't worry, I'm just being sarcastic. I am sarcasm the embodiment. Oh. Oh, yeah. That's a hit. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Look, victims. Honk. Honk. We didn't defend the thing. That was me too. I'll take blame for that one. I'll take blame for that one.
New extraction site may now be claimed. Extractor deployed.
Running influence? Yeah, of course. It's Excalibur. Infinite punch through blades? Definitely.
Excavator is almost destroyed.
Free influence, baby. Influence with gas goes really funny. The only problem is I'm not keeping my combo counter up to keep weeping wounds up for the status chance. It's the only real problem there.
Leave you must, for the undercraft is
I mean, I suppose?
dictates
I see a candy.
was destroyed and a grave set back to the cause.
Tasty candies. Sure. Free toxin. Why not? Why not? Free toxin. Love to see it. Yeah, but why would I say no to more status chance? It's also important to know that that is not 300% flat. That is 300% additive status chance. So the more status chance, the better. Also gives increased likelihood for influence to activate, which is not activating a whole lot here. But helps with it some more.
The enemy musters for a fresh
Yeah, so just increase the likelihood of electric being activated, so that influence gets activated, so on and so forth. Right? I was trying to find your body, but I couldn't see you. Where's you? Also, I keep turning off my Exalted Blade. For some reason. Not that I need the energy at all here.
for a fresh assault. Hold the line.
But when influence does activate, it just, you know, it goes hard. It does the good. All right, Anonymous, you take care. Thanks for dropping by. Have yourself a good day. Come back.
Like ashes, the enemy has been gathered to the void.
Man, I am so tired today.
For as long as it can stand.
More crits? Sure, more crits.
Void angels to besiege
Why not? Bolt.
what their claws have done.
4 balls.
Fury may fall to something worse, even
Oh.
than Thrax.
4 balls.
Globes of alien void energy hover around.
Oh yeah, Screaming Rocks. Whoops. Whoops-a-daisy. I have to check here twice. I went back here twice specifically. Get off of the rock, bro!
Close the ruptures as you would staunch the wounds
Sheesh.
of a comrade.
Not back there. The hunts are brutal. I mean, the Kuva weapons are some of the best weapons in the game. Like, all of the adversary weapons are some of the best weapons in the game. The rewards are definitely worth the investment because of just how strong they are. Sure. Now that said, I do wish that the Kuva liches were shorter duration. Like, didn't take as long in order to do them. I do agree with that. Especially since we have the comparison of the Kodas being super fast. After you get other stuff, I'll tell you right now, I still use Kuva weapons all the time. Even with Incarnates.
The void angels break through the walls. Their master will be freed. Do not allow that to happen.
Nope, the Kuva weapons are still fantastic, even to level cap, even to the highest level of gameplay in the game. The Kuva weapons are really good and really strong. Use his weapons that look cool. That's totally fair. As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. Come back. Thank you. You've been using the AX-52? Yeah, the AX-52 is great as well. That's a very fun weapon. All right, let's do some more. Only one more level to do, and then we're good. Sure. More crit damage.
Fight on. The
More
longer you
crit
can keep
damage.
this
I'll never say no to that.
active, the greater the gains for the other side.
Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing. Ooh, there's one there. All right, everybody, gotta run a quick ad break here. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Yeah, there we go. Sure. Okay, I'm gonna run to the washroom. I'll be right back. Eh, chop, 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 chop. Eh, chop, 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 chop. Nope, that's not. That guy was dead.
Systems charged with life support.
The anniversary weapons are actually really solid. Meryl Lavi, welcome on in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. Follow me on YouTube. Well, welcome on over then. How you doing today? Oh, you crawled away from me. I was trying to res you, and you were like, but what if I just walked away? First time here on my Twitch? Well, welcome on in. Happy to have you. I'm a little bit sleepy today, so I apologize for the low energy, but happy to have you nonetheless. No, you're dead. You shouldn't be able to steal my combo counter if you're dead. That was also my fault. I'll admit it. Yeah, happy to have you. Just been like so tired. Like, I wonder if I'm coming down with something. Pew! Fritz, pew! Man, the soundtrack from '99 is just so beautiful. I did notice that TennoCon's gonna be another 2-day event, so I wonder if they're gonna be doing a Tenno concert again. Yeah, it's yeah, it kind of makes me wonder if I'm coming down with something. I'm just so tired the last few days. But if I'm not, you know, if I'm not doing great, I'm not doing great. It's all good. We're just having a good time. We vibing. Just having a nice, relaxing day. Isleweaver? Ooh, the Isleweaver music is also really solid. Where are you? Oh, you're hiding back there. I see. Exterminate.
It is my duty to make extraordinary demands of exception.
What do we got?
The Undercroft
Yeah, we'll go that one there.
Praxis violence. Burn it out with force. Destroy every enemy you find.
No hidden dots. No hidden dots. Sure. Free health. On the status guy. Sign me up. Oh my dude. Ah! That was my own fault. Look at me, trying to say it's good to be alive. And here we see people who have not used resurrection or not used survivability decrees. Goodbye, boy. No yapping from you today, sir. It's noble, my palate is pure. Longest crafting time in the game? To my knowledge, it's 72 hours for just like regular Warframes is the longest. Unless, of course, you're talking about like full crafting time, then we're talking Equinox normal. These you have to craft base and normal. You have to craft day and night form and then craft the regular, so it's actually significantly longer. But that's the only one that's like extra special to that. You're sorry? Don't be sorry. You're all good. Just make sure, especially on Garuda, you need to make sure that you're keeping your one active at all times.
Cannot be allowed to report back.
Garuda's survivability is almost exclusively through her first ability, which is like an outrageous survivability mechanic for her.
Where the foe's armor is weak.
She's very, very strong.
First, bring it down. Then work on keeping it down.
Oh, I didn't want to do an automancel there, but thank you. What the heck is our last one here? Okay, that was a heck of a teleport.
You have triggered its defensive precepts. Find where it has fled to.
Where's our screaming rock?
Seek out what protects it.
Yeah, her first ability essentially makes her invincible. Oh, someone got stabbed already. Very good. Hey, Warwick, how you doing? I got you. Don't you worry. Not even a concern to me to have to res people. I don't mind at all. Playing Garuda gives you brain damage? Weird. Gotta get that looked at. Where's this one bad guy? Oh, there he is. She's so complicated. Yeah, most people play Equinox for her her fourth ability on day form. Name. So you just do like big old AoE nukes with her.
Serve as a warning. Duviri is defended.
There we go. Okay, let's head out, peeps. That's all we needed.
Is closed.
GG.
Set aside for now.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Brandon Carnan, heck yeah! I got the last of my Paris Incarnans that I needed. GG. We got there. Oberon build for nuking Smite and Mark for Death. Oh yeah, I've already got that build done. It's really fun, actually. My problem is, though, with that build is that I'm just terrible at aiming it, but it is very good. If you can aim it properly, it nukes whole entire continents. It's really strong. Hey, Wonder, how you been? Alright. We got something there. Alright, let's see what people have sent over. A Volt appearance. Ooh, that's cool looking. I would say maybe try to get a third color on here. I know that this is a different color than this, but it looks almost the exact same. So I would maybe think about trying to get either this a little bit brighter so it stands out. Like, the way that I always look at Warframes is like 3 colors is a good way to go about. So, but this is looking so close to this. Maybe not in this angle, but in the other angle it did. But I do like it. Clean looks are something that is really hard to do, but they look so solid when you get it right. And that does look nice there. Drumna! Don't use Shred. It's got Lock Punch through. Vile Acceleration if you're going for fire rate. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Firestorm on here. It's not like it's bad. It's actually really good. I just prefer not to use it. But what you have here is pretty much the go-to build. I would just run Vile Acceleration as a Shred. Because it's got Locked Punch Through, right? A lot of weapons that have AoE attached to them have Locked Punch Through. Oh, don't worry, Norse. It wasn't even a big deal. Sometimes builds just don't work out in the circuit. And that is A-okay. Was not even a concern. Protea! Where is she? Can't see her! The Vanta Black look is hilarious. I kind of actually hope that they give us Vanta Black. Yes. A+ fashion. Can't see! Doesn't really need Weeping Wounds, just, think I just have more damage. What are we gonna do now? I'm not certain. Yeah. Yeah, I like running Weeping Wounds just for the higher status chance to increase the likelihood of activating Influence. That's the reason why I go with, Weeping Wounds. But, you know, it's 6 of one, half dozen another, right? As long as you're having fun, that's the most important thing. No, actually, I don't run CO even with Weeping Wounds. Because you're generally just one-shotting everything. You're never actually applying statuses, you're just killing stuff instantaneously. And with Influence spreading gas, it just instantly murders everything. So I actually prefer Prime Pressure Point on this Sallow build. When you're going Influence build. Secrets. Hey, stay doing. so sleepy. You're cozy. Everything as it should be. Yes. One of the missions you need to do for your Nightwave. You got 10 Riven Slivers. You already did it yesterday, so now you have to wait 4 days. Yeah, but don't forget the those roll over, so you can redo it again next week, right? Just make sure that you save your Riven Sliver shenanigans till later on. See, like, recovered. I've got 3 ones recovered from previous week. Void Flood, bounties, obelisks. While riding a K-Drive, Kaith, or Velocipod. No, it never shows Chromatic Blade stats there. Bounties on Eidolon? Is it daytime on the plains of Eidolon? Dan's in 4 minutes? Okay, maybe not. Complete 3 Void Flood missions. I can just quickly zap this down. Yeah, we'll just quickly zap this down. Also, 20 stream streak. Whee! How do you recover challenges for Nightwave? You have to finish the challenges of the week that you're currently on. And once you're down to 3 challenges, it will automatically transfer over. So if you're at only 2 challenges left, it'll grab a challenge from the previous week. Oh, I hate the Zarman so much. Actually, I don't hate the Zarman. I just don't come here enough to actually know the layout very well. Oh, Void Flood! It's this! For some reason, I thought Void Flood was Armageddon. Hey, look, an angel. I thought this was the tower defense. Hey, come back here. Really? I was right on. Oh, it's because my balls are full. My full balls. Hey, excuse you? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Armageddon's like the tower defense mode. Void Flood's an unappreciated game mode. I actually kind of like Void Flood. It's a little bit fun. It's like not a hard mission, it's just there. Oh yeah, I mean Titania, Jade, Uriel will be doing that as well. Is it a 2 and done? It's a 2 and done, isn't it? Or is it 3 and done for Void Flood here? It's a 3 and done. Boo. Yeah, you don't really want to fight me, bud. Hate to break it to you. How dare you? And time to extract. Away we go. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, twist up to a servo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Oh, so sleepy. Cascade, exterminate, flood. Yes, that was changed quite a while ago. A very well appreciated change.
Enemy activity has enraged the Rangers. They're ripping the Albrecht membrane, exposing this entire ship to avoid flood.
Balls.
In retrospect, engineering Vitaplast to float.
Give me energy. Give me energy. Yarp.
Sealed that rupture, just as I knew it would. The Angels have torn open another
More
rupture.
balls.
Fill it with Vitaplast before this whole shit goes topsy-turvy.
More balls? Got a question for me. You have to reach stand with Lloyd, and you have to reach standing on Earth. Which one do you think you should do first? Lloyd. I assume you mean Lloyd as in Sanctum Adonomica, the Cavia. Because if that's what you're talking about, yes, Cavia. Whee! That's how you get melee arcanes. Increase your damage. Influence. Unlocks ETA, EDA. If you're talking about the Necroloid, which is a different syndicate entirely, I would say probably Earth. But if you're talking about Lloyd in Sanctum Adonomica, then I would say Lloyd would be a higher priority in my opinion. Yeah, the melee arcanes are just super useful. And it also gets you so that you can do Netrocells and ETA. Or EDA, right? So that gives you Archon Shard options, it allows you to farm Archon Shards, get melee duplicate, melee crescendo, which like melee duplicate and crescendo aren't the greatest these days, but they're certainly not bad.
Enemy activity has enraged the Void Angels. They're ripping the Albrecht membrane, exposing this entire ship to avoid flood.
Well, you don't need to, like,
For where it should be.
you don't need rep with, Cetus to do amps, right? It's two separate syndicates. Because to unlock the quills, I don't think that you need to have rep with Cetus. I think that's just a quest, isn't it? By Earth, I meant both? True. True. How the similar build turn out? I mean, good on a weapon platform, right?
The Angels have torn open another rupture.
Very strong on a weapon platform, but that's not any surprise. Weapon platforms make weapons better, right? But like, nothing ground shattering, but still strong. Excuse me, forward momentum, please, thank you. Melt. Melt. But these days, I would probably tell newer players to, if you're looking for an amp upgrade, I would say, just go Little Duck these days. I wouldn't go that. You're gonna miss your dailies because you're stuck in traffic? Rip. There we go. And that's that Nightwave challenge done. I just don't know how many Nightwave challenges I'm missing. Is there a character like Kulivo for DPS? You mean for weapons? It would be Harrow would be the closest equivalent. I have no recollection of how to do that, so I'm not really gonna bother. Where's the Hema? It's all the way back here, eh? This is one that I'm really excited to get. I think this is actually gonna be crazy. It's already a crit inclined weapon and goes very well with Acuity. This thing, I think, is actually the real winner of the augments. The Basmu one's certainly not bad, though, but this one right here is, like, the one that I'm the most interested in. Construction downtown is a circle of hell? What was the thing with Mike Myers? What seasons does Toronto have? Winter and construction? It's accurate. We were all looking at that and being like, hey! Actually, no, you're right. That's fair. Nice. Why the bunny ears? What's wrong with you? Seek help. When did I get a Void Shell skin for Wukong? Why do I have 2 of these helmets? Oh! Why do I have 2 of these? What the? Oh, also, why is it? Oh, that's why. Holy crap, did I just hit random and get gold right away? Sheesh! That white is really bright, though. I think we need to go, like, more of a gray white, not a off purple white. Smoke. What color is this? This is like a deep purple. Do I bring that purple up a shade? Bring it up a shade so it stands out a little bit more against the white. And then plays well with this purple on here. Not super sold on this blue color on the tertiary, though. Ooh, nah, Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff right there. Oh, yeah. Damn, Wukong. Man, Wukong just... Frig, this set is so beautiful. It's just so good looking. Oh, look, they made it look like monkey feet. He's got the opposable thumb on his feet. Nice. Man, the fur and, like, the feathers have gotten so much better over the years. It's wild. I kind of feel like this needs to be a different gray, though. Like, no, that's way too dark. Maybe now we go back to that purpley gray. Ooh, no, maybe not. I take it back. Won't let me die. Ooh. Yeah. That's really oddly blue. Really oddly blue. Ooh, but I do like that one. That's not too shabby. Marshlands? I don't know if I have anything that's marshlands. Oh, I do have marshlands. Ooh, actually. More of a tan gray? Tan is a really underrated color in Warframe color schemes. Oh, actually, that's a little bit warmer. I like that. Offsets the coolness of the purple there. Ooh. Ooh, actually, I like that. Ooh. Ooh. Alright. Alright. Kinda... do I want to bring that purple, like, up? Is there, like, a desaturated purple? Like that? Maybe like that? Like, desaturated, but bring up the color a bit? Or, like, go darker and go more saturated? Twitch? Twilight? Ooh, actually. That, like, too garish, though? A weapon that boosts your teammate fire rate. Is that the Aphentus? Yeah, it's the Aphentus. Ultimate fire throw spear gun. If no enemies are hit, buffs nearby allies with increased reload speed, fire rate, and ammo maximum. You know what? Looking more at this, I'm not super sold on this purple. I kind of want like a good desaturated. Ooh, hey Valkyr. Oh, I wish this was darker. I do like the purple. Pride celebration. You're a little bright. Ooh, maybe in the Lotus. That's too blue. No, this is gonna be way too pink. Actually, hold on. Oh, that's like way too blue of a purple. Like, I wish it was this, but just like a shade darker. Not like a shade into the blue. Maybe Hollow's Eve has something. This is back where we started. Oh, actually. Kind of a ready purple? The Tenno color picker? Ooh, actually, hold on. Maybe not. Maybe not. That's too bright. There's no purples there. I'm digging the idea of purple. Oh, that purple's actually kind of nice. Not a huge change from the previous purple, though. You know, I think that's probably the best we're going to get out of it. I really love this set. It's just so beautiful. Like, the pattern on the fabric here is just like a really underrated detail. Like, look at that. This is so nice. Maybe I need to darken this down a bit. Hold on. Maybe it's this color that's throwing me off. It's going way too blue. What about like a gray blue? I like that. Oh, that's like super purple. Do I want to go into like a tealy blue like that? Oh, actually I do. Oh, I very much do. Oh, I like that. Kostia! How you doing? Okay, I actually really like that. I don't know if this is the right purple. Now I kind of want to go like a different purple now that we've gone with a different blue there. Hello? Why aren't you responding to... What's going on here? Oh, that was on the attachments, that's why. That makes much more sense. Yeah, I'm trying to find like a gray, like a deep gray purple, but I have yet to really find one that suits me. Maybe we go back to the Halloween here. I mean, I do kind of like that sort of like reddish purple. Eminence palette? Yeah, maybe. Like that's too gray. Ooh, hold on. Yeah, actually, that one there. What's up, son? How you doing? Now, with this, do I want to go more bronze? Ooh. Ooh. I kind of like the desaturated bronze more. Maybe something in fire. I said desaturated and I immediately went to hypersaturation. You know, that kind of dig that. Kind of digging that one. Ooh, actually, I really like that. How do you get bigger? Consistency. It's the most important thing. Same bad time, same bad channel, and you can't do just streaming. It also took me 2 years and $40,000 of my investments to get streaming off the ground. To be a fully self-sustaining career. Treat it as a small business if you want to take it seriously. You know, actually, I don't like that. I like the other one better. Yeah, the Sheriff palette was where we started. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and wants to put the community to a subscribe, sure, bro. Otherwise, it takes you. Bye. Yep. Armor? That's like too purpley. Is a lot of luck? I would actually say it's not luck. It's a lot of effort, which people think is luck. A lot of people attribute it to luck when it's actually effort. It's time and effort. You also have to have the right personality for it, right? Spectra? Nah, this is way... Oh, actually. Like that, maybe? Feels like this purple's just off now, though. Maybe we'd make that purple darker so it stands out less. Like, even darker than that? But I feel like this needs to be... maybe that one. Will it just help the community? Yeah, the biggest thing is, like, it's, you know, a lot of people say that it's luck to be like, oh, I just didn't get caught by the algorithm. That's not how it works. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. The Storm palette? Take a look at it. Do I even own the Storm palette? ST. I mean, that said, you do need some kind of luck. I'm not gonna lie. But you offset the luck chances with effort. Anyone who thinks that getting big in streaming or any form of content creation is purely luck, it's not, certainly not the case. I work like 60 to 70 hour weeks, and I have every week for a year and a half. So it's certainly not just luck. A lot of young, or I say young, age is not what I'm talking about, young in career, to get going in green? No. I kind of like the purple, but I kind of just... Am I just going back to this purple that I started at? I am just going back to that purple that I started at. I like it because it's got some red into it. You went to 10 VIP today? On Friday? Oh, you went to the Calgary one? Nice. It's a lot of effort. It's a lot of networking. It's a lot of work outside of streaming. It's not, Now I feel like this needs to go darker. What was the one you said? Spectra? That's where we're at. Maybe Storm? No. Ooh, that goes real red. No, I still like it being this warmer color, but I kind of want it to be just a shade darker. But it goes way too red when you do that. Maybe Twilight has something that's worthwhile? It's a little bit too dark at that point, though. Okay. Rows, columns. Row, column. If you're trying to give me suggestions on color palettes, go by rows and columns. Otherwise, it's not all that helpful. Sekiro Lost column. I feel like I still want to keep some warmth to it. Right? Because we got a little bit of warmth in this purple. Right? It's got like a little bit of red tones, so I want to play with those red tones in this gold here. Oh, actually. Yes. Am I set on this color? Or do I bring this down a shade or two? I think I bring that down a little bit there. Streaming content creation is once you decide to achieve that goal, just keep going a day at a time. Like Warframe is not sprint, it's a marathon. Yeah, absolutely. That is 10,000% it. It's consistency, it's dedication, it's a lot of time, a lot of effort. It is not something that happens overnight. Like, I've done some consulting for some friends over the years, like, just sort of helping them out, either with, like, shorts creation or various other things, and, like, you know, or, like, friends' kids, they're like, how did you do it? It's like, it's a lot of time and a lot of effort. It's like, oh, I just haven't gotten lucky with the algorithms. Be like, that's not how it works. You do have to get a little bit lucky with the algorithm, but its effort is what skews the algorithm in your favor. Nah, I like this sort of redder color. This is a little bit more orange. Because then this red kind of ties into the red that's coming through on this purple here. A little bit. Kind of wish that there's just like a little bit shade darker than this one. But like that goes way too red. Like I want this, but just darker, not more red. There's something else along here that we can work with. Yeah, see, that's just going more red. Rhino Heirloom? Do you got something interesting in here, bud? Ooh. Ooh, not that one, though. I feel like that's too desaturated. That's a little bit too desaturated for my tastes. Like, I want to have some high saturation here so that, like, you know, we have some colors to work with. That's too gold. Actually, I'm kind of digging that. I just wish that we could get this purple darker, but still maintaining that sort of red vibe to it. Oh, actually, hold on. Throw it. Nah, that goes too desaturated going that route. Especially on here on the on the wrists. No, I think that's the way to go. Yeah, I think that's it. Ooh. Ooh, damn. Ooh, damn. You fancy. You fancy, huh? Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh. See, I really want to pick this one up. I wish this one was a part of the Tenogen sale. I would have bought that instantaneously. I'm actually kind of surprised this one wasn't a part of the Tenogen sale. Nothing to die. I really like that blue, but I feel like it's a little bit too bright. Bring it down. Yeah, just bring it down a tad there. Just a tad. I feel like this color could come down here too. Oh, that's still the accessories. Yeah, just a tad. This could also become... Oh, yeah, that's the good stuff right there. Because then this ties in with, like, other aspects of it, right? Sure, it doesn't match into this, but it matches into this and this here. On the helmet. feel like this could also come down a few tones. Maybe in the rollers? No. Anything sort of desaturated salmon-y? Any desaturated salmons out there? What an oddly specific color request. Especially because it's like, it's shiny. It's got shiny to it. So like it's hard. Ooh, actually. Actually. I like that. This is like a very odd color scheme though. This is very odd. It's a little bit weird. But also I'm kind of vibing with it. I am enjoying that. This one needs some work. We just have lots of grays on here. Like, let's bring that one down. Where's the other color here? Oh, that's this. Something like that? Just gives a little bit more definition on here. Mama. You know? I'm kind of vibing with that. Although the Cyandana gray needs to be... Yeah, this needs some extra brightness on here. So that you can get the different colors. Get a little bit different patterns on there. Oh, that went poorly. Oh, what happened there? Oh, that went very wrong. Very quickly. Oh no, what happened? Oh no. I just killed the fashion. Oh no, what have I done? How did I mess this up? Oh, I feel like that's way too dark on the armors now. What color is this? This is the outside channels. Oh, okay, we can fix this. We can fix this. Hold on. Hold on, we can fix this. Yeah, that one goes there. That one goes there. This one goes into this purple color. What one is this one? These are still not right. Yeah, but it goes too dark on the chest then. Is that too light? Yeah, that's too light. Too light? Yeah, we're just losing details. Ah, crap. Hold on. Let's just do like that. Like that. That's not the one I'm looking to change. This is the one I'm looking to change. That's like a little bit too dark. Like that? Yeah. Yeah. There we go. It is just gray on gray, so it's nothing special, but I like it. Ooh, that's a beautiful Cora. That's beautiful. Ooh, I like that a lot. Oh yeah, I should take a look. Do we have any Signas I want to throw on this Obi? Ooh. Nah. Yeah. Nah. Eh. Nah. Nah. Meh. Just looks silly. Like, that one feels like it makes the most sense for this set. But it's also going to be clipping into our Syandana. So, like, maybe... Oh, what if we just drop it super low like that, and then it just looks like a crown? Ooh, you know what? Hold on. Actually. No, that does not look good. I take it back. Nope. I don't like... No Signa. No Signa necessary. What about Ephemera? Oh, where's the Aurora? Aurora? Aurora. It's subtle, but I kind of like the energy effect on it. Yeah, it's a little bit subtle, but I kind of like the glow effect to it. Just kind of like tints the frame a little bit in a nice way. Yes, yes. Okay, I gotta think more about that fashion, though. I gotta think more. Okay, I'm calling it early, guys. Sorry. I'm just not feeling great today, so I'm gonna call it early here. Who are we dropping you off with? Let's go drop you off with Clover. Alright, but before we go, thank you very much, Beanpole Brando, for the Prime Gaming sub. Thank you very much, Ultimate Reverse Card, for the Super Chat. Thank you, Rio, for the 5 months. And that's all for today. We're gonna drop you off with a good friend of the stream. We're gonna drop you off with Clover. So go say hi to Clover. I hope you all have yourself a wonderful day. We'll be back, hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully whatever's causing me to have low energy will go away. And I'll be feeling better tomorrow. But, we'll drop you off with Clover for now. Otherwise, take care, be safe, be good to each other. Have yourselves a good time. Go spend 60 seconds saying hi to Clover. And I hope you all have yourselves a wonderful evening. And we'll see you tomorrow. Probably just be doing some more relics and hanging out, doing some more builds tomorrow. We'll see you then. Take care, be safe, be good to each other, have yourselves an excellent time. Much love. Bye!